Okay. Well, let's begin. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 6th London Business Summit. We've missed one or two because of COVID, as we've missed many things because of COVID. My name's John Peat. I'm the Special Reports and Brexit Editor of The Economist, so it's a great pleasure for me to be back here chairing this summit. Since we last had one of these meetings, I suppose it's been quite a difficult time with COVID, first of all. Now we have, after pestilence, we have a war, which is making our lives also difficult. Energy prices have increased considerably, and all of us are now experiencing inflation for the first time for many years. So I think it would be fair to say that this is a difficult time for all our countries. But we can be perhaps mildly optimistic about taking trade and investment to the next level and the comeback for Greece and Cyprus, particularly in the energy field. That's really all I want to say by way of introduction. I now would like to invite the Ambassador of Greece to the United Kingdom, Ioannis Raptakis, and Andreas Kakouris, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Cyprus, to make introductory comments to introduce our sessions. Ambassador.
The accessories of the Times. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Minister, Mr. President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In the current challenging circumstances, amid global shocks, the latest being Russia's invasion of Ukraine that violates every notion of international law, and rising uncertainty over the course of the global economy, we remain committed, both as a country, as the Greek Embassy in London, to exploiting every opportunity to promote our relations with the United Kingdom. Brexit has definitely been a game changer in our relations. The impact on trade is already visible. The decrease in UK's commercial exchanges with the EU countries, including Greece, of course, and a shift of British trade towards third countries is a fact. The persistent EU-UK dispute over the Northern Ireland Protocol and any other disruption regarding the relationship between the EU and the UK will possibly spill over to what we can do bilaterally. Brexit has indeed made it harder for British companies to trade and do business in Greece or any other European country. A difficulty that we strive to overcome within the competencies of national policy and through bilateral cooperation with the United Kingdom. The recent signing of the Strategic Framework Agreement last October by the Foreign Minister, Mr. Deniz, and the visit last November of Prime Minister Mitsotakis to London and his meeting with his counterpart, Boris Johnson, have created a new momentum in our bilateral cooperation, especially the Prime Minister's visit and his address that followed to British investors during the Confederation of British Industries annual conference has created a very positive dynamic for the Greece-UK relationship. With a strong post-pandemic GDP growth of 8.3%, British investors now think of Greece in terms of what we can do in the future. As Greece's credibility amongst the rating agencies has improved, and Greece has been a strong and respected voice at the heart of the European Union. There is therefore no doubt that the bilateral relationship has a huge potential, especially in areas of foreign investment. We have seen strong record of inflows of foreign direct investment in Greece during the pandemic, with net inflows reaching 5.1 billion euros in 2021, almost at 3% of GDP. Greece is becoming an increasingly attractive business destination, as shown by the sheer number of success stories of global investors investing in Greece over the last period of time, the most recent being JP Morgan, Microsoft, Pfizer, Tesla, Cisco, TeamViewer, just to name a few. Key sectors to attract British investments include green energy and especially offshore wind farms, an area where the UK is a leader. New generation of infrastructures such as fibre optics connectivity, the sector of technology innovation and startups, logistics, but also real estate, just to name a few again. Moreover, there is significant funds available from the EU, Recovery and Resilience Fund, which can also be a driver for attracting FDI from the UK. Last but not least, with more science and engineering graduates than the OECD average, as well as widespread language skills, Greece offers a rich pool of talent and highly skilled workforce to potential investors. Our aim is to attract not only investments, but also people from the UK to Greece by promoting the incentives offered to Britons who want to live in Greece, as well as Greek talented professionals who work and thrive in the UK and want to return home. COVID, in a sense, helped us because the pandemic made it clear that you can work from anywhere. And Greece is a very competitive destination. Be it the digital nomads, the visa scheme that we have established, or tax incentives for retirees, there is a large pool of people in the UK that would be interested in transferring their economic residency in Greece. The UK is traditionally among the three most important markets for the Greek tourist product, with 3.5 million Britons visiting Greece each year. We now offer a more sustainable tourist product and have made Greece a more attractive destination all year round. Greece is not only a destination for summer holidays, which is how it was known. It is a destination for investment, a destination for full-time employment, a destination for retirees, a multifaceted and dynamic destination both for business and for quality of life. There is therefore ample room for cooperation both on a government-to-government level and between the Greek and British private sectors, to overcome the challenges and fully exploit the opportunities in order to build forward better with the UK, in the recent words that Prime Minister Mitsotakis used during the CBI conference. Today's event, organized for the first time after the pandemic, is an excellent opportunity, I think, to do this, and I have to give all my best wishes for a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. High Commissioner.
Thank you, John. Good morning to all. Mr. President, Minister, my friend and colleague, Ambassador Aptagis. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you live this morning after the forced hiatus that the pandemic imposed on all of us, and I'd like to thank the organisers for their kind invitation, allowing me to offer some brief opening remarks at this timely event, which has once again brought together an A-team of speakers to offer their thoughts and perspectives on the theme of this 6th London Business Summit. And I thank them for being present here today. This conference comes at what I would say is a consequential moment in time. In fact, I do not believe it is hyperbole to say that we are at an inflection point. As Europe begins to emerge from the serious impact and consequences of the pandemic after 2 years, it now faces a war with catastrophic repercussions across the continent and possibly the world. Of course, I'm referring to the invasion of Ukraine, which the government has been unequivocal in its position against the military invasion and the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Ukraine, and stands in clear solidarity with the Ukraine and its people. And if there is one country where what has taken place in the Ukraine resonates strongly, it is Cyprus, itself a victim of an illegal invasion, ongoing military occupation by Turkey for nearly half a century. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the world economy has suffered the multiple consequences of COVID, and we're already witnessing the more than just ripple effects of today's conflict. This, of course, makes it particularly difficult to predict. Cognizant of this and the projected uncertainty on the global stage, I think we can so far say that Cyprus has been on a solid growth path as one of the fastest growing Eurozone economies, with a 5.7% growth rate in 2021 and strong fiscal performance, as well as new large-scale projects in traditional as well as emerging sectors. The island has shown itself to have a resilient economy that has time and again proving its agility and capacity to adjust to continuously changing conditions and bounce back from external shocks, including the 2013 banking crisis. That is why Cyprus has, in a few decades, focused much effort in establishing itself also as an international centre, inter alia for shipping, financial services and commerce. And similarly, Cyprus has evolved as a jurisdiction of strategic importance for Europe, Asia, the Middle East, Africa and beyond. In the United States, one often hears the phrase location, location, location. And I think we can all agree that Cyprus fits the bill, whether it is from the perspective of being a purveyor of stability in the volatile region, or as a business partner in a dynamic regional cooperation environment. Cyprus has a value added that is gaining increasing recognition and interest. In this context, the trilateral cooperation mechanisms that have been established jointly with Greece since 2014 are at the heart of Cyprus's initiatives in the region, and I believe constitute the potential to serve as a model of regional cooperation. And so far, trilateral cooperation mechanisms have been established with our immediate neighbours, Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, the Palestinians, in order to define and discuss issues of common interest. The trilaterals have also gained interest further afield with the United Arab Emirates and Armenia, and have gained the engagement and support of the United States in the field of energy security through the trilateral with Israel. And just to focus for a brief second, they focus on a wide range of sectors, including energy, tourism, diaspora, the environment, innovation and research, investments, SMEs, startups, education, and the protection of cultural heritage, to name a few. This is a constantly evolving and flexible process, and not a one-size-fits-all, and provides new opportunities and possibilities for expansion and growth. On a parallel path, the UK-Cyprus collaboration is a great example of strong bilateral relations, reflecting the two countries' long historic ties, including what is today a highly integrated and robust Cypriot diaspora in the UK, and a sizable expat community in Cyprus. And as we know, the United Kingdom has consistently ranked first in the number of tourist arrivals to Cyprus and remains a firm favourite for undergraduate and postgraduate students. The UK is one of our closest and long-standing partners. Together we have developed and nurtured close links in the political, defence, economic, education and cultural fields. We're both members of the Commonwealth, and the UK has been one of the biggest trading partners to Cyprus, not just in goods, but also in services and foreign direct investment, mainly in the financial, insurance, real estate, scientific and technical fields. Following Brexit, understandably, there have been numerous challenges, but we continue to cooperate closely, both within the framework of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement and bilaterally, as appropriate. Opportunities to build partnerships and business ventures are always possible in an ever-changing and highly interconnected global landscape, and I firmly believe that the potential exists in volumes in the growing Cyprus-UK relations. Actually, there is no better proof that our world today needs visions, synergies and commitment to promoting peace, stability, development and tackling global challenges such as global warming and climate change. And the Eastern Mediterranean arguably has this potential. Cyprus, at the heart of the region, can truly fulfill its own potential as a beacon of stability and centre for development and innovation, open for cooperation and business with all like-minded countries and those further afield. In ending, I'd like to again thank the organisers for their tremendous efforts to make this event possible, and the Cyprus High Commission remains at your disposal in any way that we may be of assistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, High Commissioner. And now we move into our first panel for the comeback for Greece and Cyprus. Avarof Neophytou, President of the DISI party in Cyprus. Then we will also be joined by Nikos Papathanasis from Greece via the internet, and Philippos Saselos, of Chairman and Chief Executive of PwC Cyprus. Perhaps you'd like to come and join me. And we begin with Avarof Neophytou, President of the DISI, which is the same party as the President of Cyprus. Do you wish to speak up there, or as you like?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and a pleasure to be here today for this prestigious summit, and I would like to thank you for this opportunity. Things have been difficult for all of us in the past 2 years. The pandemic came to challenge our ordinary way of living and things we took for granted for years. At the same time, Europe is currently facing one of the most difficult times in its recent history. Times that call upon to show unity, courage, and to place our common values above all, without considering temporary costs. We all condemn the Russian invasion in Ukraine in the strongest possible terms. Russia's invasion is more than an attack on Ukraine. It is an attack on every free country's right to decide its own future. Unfortunately, as Cypriots, we know firsthand what war and being refugees means. And we are experiencing the tragic consequences of war for almost the last 50 years, the illegal occupation by Turkey until today. As Cyprus, though, is in line with the West and shows its solidarity to the Ukrainian people, the West and Europe should also follow the same values and principles and not use double standards in its treatment of the Cyprus issue. Values should be placed above all and should never be discounted. Another point that the current situation has highlighted, and I would like to stress, is the importance of energy and the energy security of Europe, which is also under threat and needs to be addressed. Energy is not only a factor for the economy, it's the real factor for security and stability in Europe. Dear friends, in the years before the pandemic, with hard work and decisiveness, Cyprus had managed to fully reverse recession and fiscal deficits. We are used to big challenges and big crises in Cyprus. And the crisis in 2013, the banking crisis and the fiscal crisis, was an opportunity for Cyprus to make radical reforms for the stability of the economy. Our economy enjoyed continuous upgrades by the international rating agencies, and our country's credibility had been regained again. Once more, Cyprus reversed the effects of another crisis, the time of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we are in the right way due to the resilience for our policies. Economic activity in Cyprus had a recession of 5.1%, much below the average of the European Union. And at the same time, in 2021, the growth of our economy was 6%, much higher than the average in Eurozone and in Europe. And we project in 2022 to have a strong growth as well, despite the negative impact on the Cypriot economy because of the war in Ukraine. But this is not the time to be satisfied, though. This is the time to continue further with all the necessary reforms for a truly modern and friendly state for our citizens and the business sector. And I'm more than sure that we will get there. We have recently proceeded with a great number of important reforms, such as the reforms of the local government. We should continue on this path with emphasis on reforming the public sector, the justice system, and the digitalization of our country for the benefit of our citizens and the business environment. I heard the High Commissioner of Cyprus to the UK mentioning what we studied in the 80s, the universities, location. I can tell that it's a time to talk about technology. In America, they have the Silicon Valley. We have a vision for Cyprus to become the tech island of Europe, and we implement a certain policies, and we believe that we can host the tech companies and Cyprus to be, for the next decade, the tech island of Europe. Also, our strategic objective remains to continue the macroeconomic, fiscal, and financial stability of our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once more for the opportunity to be here, and I'm looking forward to a lively discussion. But before I go, we are in London, and I want to share with you the feelings of the Cypriots. And the Cypriots, they don't like much the British. Because of the history. But at the same time, every Cypriot would like to spend a weekend in London if they can afford it. At the same time, every family has the top priority to send their children to study in UK if they can afford it. And thirdly, every summer, the hoteliers and the catering industry are waiting the British to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neofitou. I'm reminded when I first looked into the what we call the Cyprus problem, that I talked to both sides, and both sides disagreed with each other completely, except on one thing. They all agreed that the problem was caused by the British. Now we are going to be joined, we hope, if the technology works, by Mr. Papathanasis, Alternate Minister of Development and Investments from Greece. Please.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, John. Good morning to the distinguished panelists. Good morning to the ladies and gentlemen. I would have liked to be there with you. I had to cancel an already booked flight because an unforeseen official event. But as you said, John, technology is here to assist so we can communicate as effectively as possible. And as we are emerging, and actually this the 6th London Business Summit with a title taking trade and investment to the next level, concerning actually Greece, Cyprus, and UK, is I would say at the right point, at the right moment, that as we are emerging from COVID, we are experiencing a military invasion, and of course, all three countries are condemning the invasion, standing in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. And I would say that all three of us have stood in the same side, in the right side of history throughout times. So, as we are emerging and experiencing this war, of course, Greece is moving forward in a reformist, in a reform plan that has actually started 2.5 years ago. When this government, the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis, won the elections and have promised that will create a very friendly environment for businesses to join and be established in Greece. And these reforms actually had to be based on foundations of trust between the state and the businesses. And in order to accelerate the Greece's recovery, they had to create by an ecosystem of laws an investment-friendly environment. And I think we are doing very well in that, as these investments actually create a multiplying effect, and we see that very clearly in the decrease in unemployment, that I would say drastic decrease of unemployment that is actually reaches the highest percentage in the European Union. So it's not a matter of luck. What we have done these 2.5 years, it's a matter of planning, and our growth projections would reach for 2021 and 2022 at a projection of 12.5%. Actually bouncing back, recovering from the effects of COVID in 2020. 2021, it was a very good year. So we've covered this gap that we had experienced in 2020. So, but at the same time, interesting times, challenging times, and the pandemic had been a catalyst for many important changes globally, but in Greece, to be specific, we have gone far beyond our expectations of the people, and we have already created processes that assist as ambassador, as the ambassador mentioned before, large investments, I would say technological protagonists to come and be established in Greece. We have digitized many of our procedures of the public sector. Actually, many things could be done through a digital process now. And we have reduced all the steps needed for an enterprise, for a business to start and begin its operation. We have also moved, we have provided incentives, we have reduced corporate tax rates, dividend tax rates, and we have provided over depreciation for digital and green fixed capital investment. Now, in order to go very fast through this ecosystem of laws that target growth, I would say that all of this, all of the ecosystem is based on the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, on the Industry 4.0 Action Plan, and the guidelines of the Partnership Agreement 2021-2027, as well as the new Regional Aid Map that assists Greece to give higher incentives as we have gone through a very serious financial crisis the last 11 years. So we have built a flexible framework for both private and strategic investments, and we have moved on very fast to the delignitization program, as our Prime Minister had declared, and the UN back in 2019, that Greece will go as fast as possible to this just transition program. So we are the first ones to move, and I think Europe is watching us. And we want to fulfill all of our obligations by 2028. So the basic tools, we have the Strategic Investment Law tool that simplifies procedures, introduces attractive incentives for FDIs, and includes new categories, as well as provides support for important projects of common European interest, one being the battery, hydrogen, microelectronics. We are all in. Greece is participating in these IPCIs. And we continue with the incentives, providing FDIs with stabilization of tax rate, acceleration of depreciations, fast track licensing, and grants, of course, related to the RRF framework when it comes down to emblematic investments with a very important impact in the economy. The second tool is the new development law, it also fully aligned with all this national recovery, the RRF and the Industry 4.0 and the partnership agreement. It actually includes 13 state aid schemes that support all sectors of the Greek economy. Needless to say that these state aid schemes are supporting agro-food industry, digital transformation, and all these that are projected in our action plan and the National Action Plan for Growth. The third tool is the Just Transition Plan tool that we have provided the incentives for companies to be established in these areas in order to change into a lignite-free future, as I said, at the latest by 2028. And also we have created a new legal framework that sets actually strong governance in order to run fast and to conclude this process by 2028. We would like to create jobs that would replace the jobs lost as the lignite production is being decreased to go to zero, to go into a fast and quick transition, and of course to face all the social and environmental issues that are raised through this transition process. Now, we have all this ecosystem stands in order to provide support for FDIs. And as I said, the ambassador mentioned companies that have decided to come and be established in Greece. And actually in the EU, in the European Investment Monitor, Greece has improved its attractiveness by ranked now globally 23rd, actually moving approximately 9 positions higher. In the last 2.5 years, multinational firms, and there we have to say that especially technological firms, because they find talent in Greece, because Greece does provide talent. It has universities and it has technical STEM graduates that are being hired by these companies. But also, it is very important to say that companies like Microsoft, Pfizer, Cisco are hiring Greeks that have moved away from Greece during the financial crisis. So we are actually reversing a brain drain that has we had undergone this 11 years. And I would say also that about 15 to 20% of the people hired in these companies are Greeks that come from abroad. So also we have said that we want Greece to be an energy hub. And of course, we welcome the completion of the TAP pipeline, the transatlantic pipeline, and the progress on the interconnector of Greece and Bulgaria that is set to become operational in 2022. Also, we are moving forward to the FSRU in Alexandroupolis, as we would like to be as independent as possible from Russian gas. And of course, we support the 3+1 format with the Cyprus, Greece, and Israel, with the presence of the United States in the Eastern Mediterranean pipeline. So I would like success in today's forum, and I think this forum is organized at a very challenging and interesting times. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you, Minister. And our third speaker is Philippos Saselos from PwC.
Thank you, John.
Please
go there. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is a great pleasure to be with you today to share my thoughts and reflections and to participate in the discussion with the very distinguished panelists. In my intervention today, I will provide a brief update on the Cyprus economy, including the impact from the war in Ukraine. I will talk about the longer-term growth strategy for Cyprus and reflect on the current pace of change and its impact on business. We're living in very interesting times. To say that we experience continuous disruption and change is to underestimate the obvious. Having only a few days ago completed the 2-year anniversary of a global pandemic, we are now facing a new global crisis, this time of the geopolitical type. From a business perspective, having lived through the accelerating effects of COVID on workplace transformation and digital adoption in general, we are now observing new phenomena like state sanctions actually triggering rapid self-sanctioning from business itself. This is a clear case for the increasing impact of ESG factors and of stakeholder views on corporate decision-making. Another clear observation is that companies are making major strategic decisions with unprecedented pace. In this new world that we're living, the speed of decision-making and the pace of execution is becoming a clear source of competitive advantage. I believe this realization has a huge impact on the way we lead our organizations and on the necessary cultural attributes that we need to have for success. Cultural attributes that include trust, innovation, and new forms of collaboration. I will come back to this point at the end of my intervention. So let me zoom in on Cyprus now. Already a few statistics have been shared. Last year, 2021, the Cyprus economy pretty much recorded a very strong bounce back of 5.7% growth. We've heard about this. But the point is that it has fully regained the negative growth of 2020. So effectively, we are back at the size of the economy of the pre-pandemic levels of 2019. In addition, fiscal performance indeed has improved on a number of indicators. And the Cyprus economy has traditionally been having strong links with Russian business activity. So inevitably, the current situation is having an impact on the economy. But the assessments that have been made already is that the impact on a GDP growth forecast is currently an estimated of about 0.5 percentage point reduction from previous estimates, very much in line with the UK and Eurozone growth adjustment forecasts. So the adjusted forecast is now expected in the range of 3 to 4% for 2022. And I think an interesting point is that end of business on Friday, just before this weekend, the rating agency Fitch, having had 3 full weeks of the war impact to make a new assessment for Cyprus, effectively maintained the assessment of Cyprus, the rating, and also the stable outlook for the Cyprus economy. So, of course, uncertainty remains in terms of the duration of the war, the duration of the sanctions, the possible escalation from sanctions. But generally, in terms of the exposure of the Cyprus economy, beyond the inflationary impact that all the economies are facing from high energy, commodity, and food prices, clearly the sector that will have the biggest impact is the tourism sector, as Russia has been the second largest source of tourists for Cyprus at approximately 20% of the overall tourist arrivals. So clearly the restrictions of flights, the depreciation of the ruble, and general negative climate can safely lead to a near zero tourists to be expected from this market. However, Cyprus should still achieve higher tourism activity relating to the year before, as strong demand for tourism in the post-pandemic period from other countries like the UK, which is our primary source of tourists, as well as other markets that have been developing, Germany and of course Greece and other markets, should offset the decline from Russia. So overall, a growth in the tourism revenues and arrivals should be recorded compared to last year. Now, regarding the banking sector, it is important to acknowledge that no immediate critical impact is expected. There is a session later on that. But Cyprus banks are highly liquid, highly capitalized, and are significantly less exposed to Russian business than in the past. Some impact is expected in operating profits from the slowdown of the transactions, from international transactions. And the most significant impact will be on the acceleration of bank consolidation, something that is generally considered, of course, as favorable and desirable. Now, on the real estate sector, the rising construction costs and the reducing Russian demand will impact that sector, primarily on the luxury end of the sector. And on the professional services, those professional services that have been supporting Russian business activity primarily will undergo a shock and will need to adjust to the new circumstances, with the overall medium-term impact on this segment to depend on the effectiveness of this transition. Now, on the opportunity side, the renewed emphasis for EU countries to reduce the dependence on the natural gas from Russia will put renewed interest for a faster exploitation and leveraging of the gas reserves of the Eastern Mediterranean region. And this does create a hope for Cyprus, but clearly a strategic rethink is needed and decisive political action will need to be taken. Overall, what this new crisis has highlighted, yet again, is the need to accelerate, towards a more diversified, agile, and productive economy. To this end, we are proud that as PwC, we have conducted an EU-funded study for the long-term economic growth strategy for Cyprus. As a result, Cyprus now has an inspiring vision 2035. And that vision is to be one of the world's best countries to live, work, and do business in. This vision is supported by a new economic growth model based on 3 pillars: on becoming Europe's business and trade hub, where Cyprus is the best place for Europe for headquartering, or the world's dream remote working location for digital nomads, and also an investment hub for funds and shipping industries and other industries. Also, another pillar is to be a leader in sustainability, for the development of the green economy, renewable energy, cyclical economy, smart cities. And a very, very important pillar, and instead of you pointed to it, technology, is to be a high-tech capital of Europe. Development of niche high-tech services in e-health, agri-tech, green technologies. Interestingly, in the last few days and weeks, we have actually seen increased demand for tech companies to be relocating to Cyprus, and that is a very clear vision for Cyprus that is materializing. Beyond vertical initiatives on industry basis, a great emphasis was placed on developing a number of horizontal initiatives focused on fixing long-standing structural weaknesses in the economy so as to help it become more competitive, resilient, fair, and productive. And to that end, we will be absorbing the 1.2 billion euros from the EU Recovery and Resilience Funds that already are channeled into the economy and are channeled specifically towards the reforms that support that Vision 2035 and the growth strategy of Cyprus and support the reforms and the digital and green transition more specifically. So Cyprus is in a great path for a new growth trajectory, and this period does afford us an excellent opportunity to rethink and reconfigure our economic and business models, both as countries and as businesses. So in this constantly changing environment, we all need to adjust and transform rapidly. I come back to the point of speed, again for countries and businesses. And the question really is how rapidly can we transform, and what does really rapid mean in our paradigm thinking, in the way that we approach decision making and execution. Talking about change, now there are expressions like three-dimensional change, that the change we're experiencing is both perpetual, occurring all the time, pervasive, unfolding on multiple areas of life at once, and exponential, this accelerating point. And just to conclude my thinking, all this does bring a major focus on the importance of leadership to navigate our countries and our businesses through this new reality. Change by nature, of course, leaves people and organizations feeling confused, vulnerable, and fractured at a time when resilience, cohesion, and collaboration are what they're really necessary to perform at the highest level. So we need to help our countries and businesses move away from a more linear and locally way of thinking into more systemic way of thinking. And there's an evolution of how we think about this change in leadership, that we need to ensure that we have trust and psychological safety to empower individuals and teams to perform, that we have continuous learning to fuel that pace of change, and that shared purpose and common values enhance focus, cohesion, and resilience. So generally, as my final thought, is one of the greatest lessons that we've had from navigating through this continuous crisis in Cyprus is that fostering collaboration between the public and private sectors has proven that it can achieve great results. So we have a responsibility not only to transform our country and our economy and our businesses, but to actually pivot to a new reality, and we should pivot together. So once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this summit. I look forward to the fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much. Well, we have just about 20 minutes for comments or questions from anybody who wants to ask comments or questions. If I can abuse my position as chairman by asking one question of Mr. Neophytou, if my information is correct, I think you may be your party candidate next year for president. What I would be very interested is to know whether you have any hopes of reviving the talks on the Cyprus problem.
Our vision is to work hard to unite our divided island. The prospect of a united Cyprus is much bigger. We have to have great visions for our countries, and personally I know that great visions cannot fit in divided countries. We've been talking about energy. We see what is going on in Europe, and I mentioned in my introductory remarks that energy is not only a tool for economic growth, but it's very essential today for political stability. It's a pillar for security. Eastern Mediterranean has a prospect in the energy sector. Once we find a way for cooperation among all other countries, Israel, Cyprus, Lebanon, Egypt, Greece is planning for explorations. We need a cooperation among all the countries at the same time. We have to find realistic routes for the natural gas. If we succeed to solve the Cyprus problem, we have to consider all options for the development of the energy sector. We see what is going on now with the cold. We have a new Cold War. I assess that pretty soon the battles will stop in Ukraine, but the economic war will continue. We have to solve the problems instead of trying to find problems in any solution. As Cypriots, we have to clarify what do we really want. It's not enough to blame the British. By blaming, you don't solve the problems. You have a self-satisfaction that you express your feeling. And since I am in London, I don't consider the British as the devil. But I believe that the British could contribute in solving the Cyprus problem. UK is the guarantor. At the same time, according to the Treaty of Establishment, they have two military bases in Cyprus. Their presence in Cyprus is connected directly with the existence of the Cypriot Republic. And I believe it's for the benefit of the British Cypriot Republic to continue. Ideas of two-state solution are not workable. Europe could not accept two states coming from a small island to be members of the European Union. At the same time, the unacceptable two-state solution will have the British in the vacuum. Therefore, for me, it's a top priority, the solution of the Cyprus problem. And in Cyprus, I repeat it frequently, I consider the best and the most drastic reform in Cyprus the solution of the Cyprus problem. In a region with a lot of turbulences in the Middle East, you see what is going on in Syria, what is going on in Iraq, in Libya, what is going on in the yard, in the neighborhood of Europe in Ukraine. Cyprus must be united, not only for the Cypriots, but for the region as well. That's why, for me, it was, it is, and will be my top priority to solve the Cyprus issue, and I know that perfect solutions are only for the academians, and they're there for theory. You have to be pragmatic. Without risking the future of our people, we have to find the viable compromise in order to secure the future of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking to see if anybody has a question. I have one more question. Yes, please, there. Is there a microphone? There probably is. I can. There is a microphone because it's easier for the recording, and then you can say who you want to ask the question from.
Yes, quick question for Mr. Sosilos about his comment that the Ukrainian crisis may be a catalyst for further consolidation in the banking sector in Cyprus. How is this going to be trickier and why? Okay,
I'm of course aware of developments that I won't be able to really disclose, but there is an existence of a number of banking institutions that would benefit from further consolidation more generally. And I think there's a wider view that more globally banks would benefit from more regional and global consolidation. So the direction of travel is very much in joining forces and investing in the transition that the banks within the financial services sector need to be taking. So a lot of smaller banks don't necessarily have all the necessary investment to accelerate in the direction that should take. In Cyprus specifically, any opportunity from any crisis to move in that direction is taken. So I think it becomes a catalyst just because there are pre-existing trends already in place. It's not that the crisis specifically is necessarily the one that's creating it. It presents another opportunity to move another phase forward in that consolidation.
There was quite a lot of consolidation after
already.
2013.
That's right.
But
it continues.
You're suggesting more is needed.
More is needed and it's continuing, yes, indeed.
Please.
The war in Ukraine will change a lot of things in Cyprus. For almost 2 decades, the accountants, the lawyers, and the Cypriot economy had a dependency on Russia. Game is over. And for me, this is not a threat, this is an opportunity for Cyprus to get rid of any dependency from Russia. economic or political. Whether some people like it or not, it will become a reality pretty soon. Pretty soon in all sectors. In tourism, in services, in banking, everywhere. And we have to seek for new opportunities for Cyprus. That's why I mentioned that Cyprus could easily become the tech island of Europe. We have already introduced, and we announced a certain policy to give a lot of incentives. So far, our policy was to give incentives to the owners of big companies to use Cyprus as a tax residence. And now we focus on giving incentives for the companies for relocation of their business in Cyprus by giving incentives to the employees of the companies. But back to the Russian factor. Cyprus, I believe that will benefit of what is going on in Ukraine. It gave us the opportunity as a European country, as a country that we belong to the West, not to play in that ball. The destination of this country has been decided, and I mentioned this yesterday in my speech in the party congress. We are members of the European Union. We belong to the West, and we have to behave so.
Absolutely. And I wanted to ask both ministers, and perhaps also Mr. Soselos, you talked about the Recovery and Resilience Fund several times, and of course there are discussions in Brussels about whether to have another round of common borrowing, but there seems to be a north-south divide. The northern countries like Finland and the Netherlands don't want to have another round of common borrowing. Do you think the north-south divide in the Eurozone is troubling for your countries? Perhaps Minister Papathanasis could comment on the north-south divide in the Eurozone. You're on mute, I think. Yes.
Well, the Prime Minister has already set six issues to be discussed in the summit, the European Union summit. One of them is to finance and to create a fund for this particular crisis. Of course, as we stand together as European Union, we have to continue on discussing. As you remember, and as the distinguished participants and attendants remember, the discussion for the Recovery and Resilience Fund had started about 3 months before it was created. At the beginning, there was a high resistance, but at the end, Europe, as it always happens, finds its way to find a solution in a problem. So the Recovery and Resilience Fund was in discussion before it was actually decided, and at the beginning there was opposition to create this fund. So since we are in the midst of the problem, I believe that the discussions will continue, and I believe at the end we'll reach a point. Although at this moment, I think they are focusing on the Recovery and Resilience Fund as it continues to have available funds. But I believe at the end the discussion will prove to be correct, and the issues that the Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis has written will be put on the table and will be discussed further.
Do you have a view?
Europe has to borrow again. for the member states to fight against inflation. The cost of living in every household in Europe, due to the high prices of energy, and we need a European common policy to support the households in Europe. The majority of the households, they're facing a lot of financial problems. The cost of the electricity bill, the cost of necessities. Therefore, we have to face these financial difficulties that affect the ordinary people.
The north-south divide.
Yeah, okay. That we've been experiencing forever. But I think since we have made so much progress already, I think there's a lot of evidence on the positive impact that, for example, the Recovery and Resilience Fund is having on economies of the South. And I think that evidence needs to be continue being made very, very clearly, because the channeling of funds where the economy structurally needs it most really will accelerate the better cohesion for European Union. And I think that is an argument should fuel it. And in fact, now with the new crisis, we have new needs for recovery, new needs for investing in the resilience side of economies. So that divide should move away, in my mind, from just the arguments and go into the substance of the European point. I'm realizing that we're going to run out of time very soon. Yes. I just wanted to make a point, adding to what Mr. Neofidou said earlier on. I think there is a very clear opportunity indeed that is happening in Cyprus right now, from the fact that we have been investing in the last few years, almost a decade now, in decisively moving the economy into a space of really being an economy of real investment into the real economy. We've attracted a lot of foreign direct investment. There has been a lot of reforms already in place, and a great vision and a great determination to continue in that direction. So all the associations of the past that have kept the Cyprus economy not fully utilizing its great comparative advantages are in fact in our past, and increasingly we want that credible story and the future valid economic growth looking towards the West to be very much part of our future narrative.
Just a small
Please,
comment.
one more comment.
For the economist, what I mentioned about the inflation and the need for European funds to tackle it could be sounded very strange, but I have to clarify that the inflation that we have today is not as a result of increase of the demand. And when the inflation is a result of increase of the demand, you eliminate the funds that you have in the economy. But nowadays, the problem with the inflation is because of the increase in the energy sector. And we have to assist the households, otherwise we'll face a lot of social issues.
We're pretty well out of time now. It's, maybe we should move on to the next panel. I think, no, I don't see any hands. Very good. Well, thank you very much to all three of you. Thank you, Minister. We're going to have a And I think we move straight to the next panel. It's sort of Continuation of this one, the East Mediterranean is rolling up its sleeves, exit from the crisis and the economic impact of geopolitical turmoil. So I'd like to invite Theodoros Skylakakis, alternate Minister of Finance of Greece, and Vassilikou Lazarakou to join me. Thank you. So we are discussing the Eastern Mediterranean in general. We've touched on it already. Minister.
Yeah, I'd better go there since I have a small speech. It's easier to address it from here. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's an opportunity to talk in this period of turmoil, but also it's a challenge since we are obliged, because of the uncertainty, to talk in terms of scenarios. Obviously, there are a number of scenarios of how things can unfold. And I choose to talk about the scenario that I consider more likely, I hope the other one does not materialize, which is one of a new uncertain peace in some time during the next weeks or month, but with greater geopolitical tensions in the world in general and in Europe in particular. If we reach this new period of peace, what is going to be macroeconomically important for the next few years is the energy relation between Russia and Europe. Whether we're going to have a fast-track divorce with very high short and medium-term energy prices, in Europe in particular, or a more gradual reduction of the dependency from Russian gas and oil, which will lead to more moderate short and medium-term energy prices in Europe. Irrespective of which one of the two scenarios will unfold, it is certain that for Greece this new geopolitical environment will include both challenges and opportunities. The main challenge is that Greece is a country that has a considerable share of its energy mix in terms of imported oil and gas, which means that we will be affected one way or another from the higher energy prices, somewhat more than the European average. On the other hand, the unforeseeable comparative advantage in terms of the new geopolitical environment is that Greece has already made the investments that other European countries will be forced to make in the near future in terms of defense. For reasons of history and geopolitical location, we have one of the most powerful militaries in Europe. We were obliged to have such a powerful military. And these sunk-in military investments have already happened, or some of them are going to occur in the next 2-3 years, and they are already within our fiscal and macroeconomic plan. So we will not have to make additional investment in defense as other EU countries are probably going to make. Some of them have already announced it. And maybe there will be some more understanding of what it means to have for decades big investments in the military than there was in the past. The second advantage is that Greece is the main entrance for gas, especially LNG gas, for the Southeast and Central Europe. And there are a lot of new investments that are planned and will happen in terms of new LNG terminals, new gas storage facilities in northern Greece, but also probably new pipelines and electricity cables to connect Southeast Europe with North Africa or maybe the Middle East. Also, Greece has a lot of renewable energy potential, especially in terms of wind, where we have a big advantage compared to all our neighboring countries. Thus, accelerated investments are going to happen in the energy sector in the new geopolitical environment that we're talking about, which will affect positively both Greece's economy and its geopolitical role. Apart from the higher energy prices, we are also going to enter, everybody knows that, in a period of higher interest rates. And one poses the question, Greece has the biggest debt. What will happen with its interest rates? The answer is not much. The Greek debt, and this is a paradox, the Greek debt is very high, but most of it is in fixed interest rates. Thus, our interest rate, the interest that we're going to pay is fixed to 2 to 3%, very low levels, for at least the next 10 years, and maybe more, 2 to 3% of GDP, at today's level, that is. So these higher interest rates are not a problem for Greece in terms of debt. The biggest challenge for us is covering the investment gap that was the main problem of the Greek economy during the last 10 years, during the years of the Greek crisis. We had almost half the average investment to GDP ratio compared to other Eurozone countries. This has started to change within the last couple of years through this new government, and now we have, for the first time, despite the pandemic, a big increase both in investments and exports. We had an increase in investments in 2020 compared to 2019, despite the pandemic. We had a big increase in 2021, where we achieved a high GDP growth of 8.3. And we also had a record year for investments, which reached 45 billion euros, all-time record. And this challenge of having an investment gap is also our biggest opportunity, because Greece has a lot of potential, exactly because it has not been investing, for high quality, high return investments for the years to come. Now, what is our economic policy to tackle these challenges? First of all, the Greek government for the last 3 years is a reform government. And we have continued to do reforms during the unprecedented crisis that we have faced, the pandemic, the energy crisis, and now the war crisis. What kind of reforms have we implemented? First of all, we have made a huge tax reform, making our business taxes competitive compared to other OECD countries, and also the taxes for high earning individuals. We have decreased considerably our non-wage labor costs, pension contributions, and we have been improving bureaucracy and moving forward with a digital state. This effort has started a couple of years ago, and Leonidas is going to talk about it more in detail in the next panel. We have a lot of space still to cover, but we have also big investments coming through the Recovery and Resilience Fund, where we have committed more than 2 billion euros for the digital state, and these investments are now just starting. We have also promoted reforms in almost every other aspect of our economic and social policy, including reforms in education, where we need to make our education system to understand more the needs of the economy. Reforms in handling private debt, which was a big problem, still is, because of the Greek economic crisis that had left a lot of households in debt. Reforms increasing electronic transactions and reducing tax evasion, which were very successful during the last couple of years. Changing also the second pillar of the pension system from a pay-as-you-go to a funded system, introducing a new labor law that improves relationships between businesses and labor, etc. Also, we have promoted privatization. In the energy sector was the biggest move, since we now have our public energy company, public electricity company, being turned into a company that has the majority of its capital private, and in other sectors like shipyards and other industries. And there are more reforms to come because we have an extensive reform agenda within the RRF. The Greek RRF program has 68 reforms, one of the most reform-oriented RRF programs in Europe at the moment. And these reforms, because of the nature of the RRF, are locked in and are certain to happen in the next 3 to 4 years. Also, for investors, it is important that Greece has political stability, and it has a government that remains strong despite all these crises. Plus, all the major political parties in Greece today share a common goal of fiscal stability, which is a must for Greek economic policy in the years to come. Our biggest challenge is still the high public debt that we have, which is now diminishing, but we are still a long way. We still have a long way to go in terms of debt reduction. This high debt next year is going to approach the pre-pandemic level, and we will continue falling in the years to come because our budget is constructed in such a way that we can and shall have primary surpluses for the foreseeable future. These primary surpluses, however, are going to be limited so as not to block investment and growth. And I believe this is going to be the outcome of the new negotiations happening within the Eurozone for the new fiscal rules that we are going to have after 2023. This economic policy that I have described is implemented efficiently, and one can see that looking into how we developed our RRF program, which is the biggest per capita in Europe and which has moved very fast up till now. We are the second to apply. We're one of the first 4 countries to have the first ordinary payment because we have completed our first milestones and targets, and we expect the arrival of another 3.5 billion euros from the RRF within the next month or so. All in all, it is difficult to discuss about economic policy in this period of uncertainty, but we are optimistic that Greece is going to grow considerably in the next 3 to 5 years. We are certain that we will attract a lot of new investments, and we have already seen some of the big multinational companies that have never seen Greece up till now as an investment opportunity to start investing in Greece: Microsoft, Pfizer, Cisco, Amazon, Morgan Stanley. And what I can tell you is that we're going to proceed with our reform agenda for the foreseeable future. We believe in reforms, we're implementing reforms, and we will remain as long as we serve a reform government. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And now Vasiliki Lazarescu from the Hellenic Capital Market Commission.
Thank you. So good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is my pleasure to participate in this conference. Let me start by what the Minister said about the recovery and the growth, the clear signs of growth during the last year. So not only for the economy, but also for the capital markets, 2021 was a year of growth because we saw, and I will start with the numbers, we saw that the numbers in 2021 doubled as far as the capital raising through the stock exchange, for example, is concerned. Actually, not only doubled, but it was 5 times more than 2020 and 2019. And I don't even want to compare it with the previous years. Could be like 10 times more. So 2021 was really a year. I'm not going to speak about specific numbers. If you want, I can. But it has been a year that more than, let's say, 6 billion were raised through the Athens Stock Exchange through equity capital and bond issuance. And not only that, but we saw that there was a very successful recapitalization of 2 Greek banks. Also, we had for the first time bond issuances of shipping companies that were also listed abroad. So there was a year, let's say, of capital raising. Also, the fund industry is interesting to see how it evolved. In the assets of the Greek mutual funds were approximately, if you compare it with the last 5 years, within the last 5 years, it is they have doubled from 2017. So in 2021, the Greek mutual funds were like double as if you compare it with 5 years before. But the most important thing is that they were more traditionally the Greeks invested in foreign mutual funds. In the first year, 2021 was the first year that the investments in the Greek mutual funds were more than the investments in the foreign mutual funds, which is very interesting because you saw the rebuild, let's say, of the trust of the Greek investors in the Greek fund industry, which is really very important. So after the numbers that I gave you, let me go to the reforms that took place in the market these last years. From 2019 that we were appointed, I have to say that we took 3 strategic decisions, which were there. They were, first, we wanted to make sure that we put forward proposals in relation to the reform of the market. Now, having said that, the Greek capital market framework is the same as in all other EU countries. So there is not really a lot of room for national legislation. There are specific issues that are related to national legislation, which are these. First, the corporate governance, and the second are new products. So what we did is that we tried to enhance the corporate governance law in Greece, and there was a proposal put forward by the Commission in order to to strengthen the corporate governance framework. So that happened, and in 2020 there was the new corporate governance law, which actually changed the environment as far as the Greek listed companies were concerned. And it gave a one year of transition, and now we are happy to say that after this 1 year of transition, the listed companies in Greece have changed dramatically, because now they have adopted all the new corporate governance principles which are in line with the EU best practices. Now, for example, if I may say 2 things about this new corporate governance law, it strengthened the internal and external company audit mechanism, increased the efficiency of the company board of directors, establishing more independence criteria, and trying to improve and streamline the organization of the companies themselves. Now, that was one of the major issues. Then we also tried to, introduce new type of products, such as new type of alternative investment funds. For the first time, that happened in 2020, which is again something which can be used in the future by asset managers in order to proceed to investments. And the second major reform that there was, an attempt to do, an effort to do, the second strategic decision was about digital transformation. So the Commission decided that it's going to proceed with the digital transformation, because this is an objective of all the capital market regulators. So Greece as well, and the Commission, we have to say, that was accepted to be funded by the RRF, and now it's going to work on its digital transformation. And the next goal is going to make sure that the interaction among the brokerage firm and the Commission is also more digitalized, so that we all proceed to another digitalized environment where all the market can, adjust to the new developments of the whole European market. And the third one is that the Commission tried a lot to assist and support all the reform of the market in other ways. For example, we try to simplify the process for the prospectuses, the process of, let's say, we try to simplify, we also have regulatory decisions in order to accept the prospectuses in English and assist in the combined offers. So there was a change of the environment. Now, apart from that, there are also an EU initiative that the HCMC, the Capital Market Commission, supports as sustainable finance, because we are working towards a sustainable future, and we, together with all the other capital market regulators, we try to see how we are going to assist the market with the turmoil that is happening right now with the geopolitical problems. So we are in coordination, and actually Greece and the Capital Market Commission was one of the first authorities that took all the relevant measures together with the other capital market regulators in order to make sure that we inform the market about all the relevant issues that had to be informed. Now, we are confident that the capital market can be a key growth driver for the Greek economy by providing funding to essential business needs and meaningful investment plans for the real economy, which may be deployed in the future. So I'm totally convinced that Greece can become a bigger financial center in Europe, and our mission as a regulator is to ensure transparency and compliance in alignment with the EU legislation, and at the same time to have a financial Greece fit for tomorrow's challenges and strong on the EU and international scene. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have about 15 minutes for questions, discussion. Anybody want to raise a question or make a point? I'm looking around the audience. Hopefully, yes, over there. There is a microphone coming towards you. Perhaps you could say who you are and ask before you ask your question.
Yes, hello, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm Yannis Michopoulos. I'm the chairman of the board of directors of DESFA, the gas transmission company in Greece. But also, I've got a dual hat, a Greek and a British nationalities. My question is, first of all, I would like to applaud the Minister and Mrs. Lazarakou for the initiatives to make Greece a more attractive place for investors. And particularly, I'd like to comment on the corporate governance improvements that you mentioned in the new law. But from my knowledge, the majority of the makeup of the Greek economy is not only listed companies. We're talking about small, medium enterprises, family offices, and of course the state-owned companies. So my question is, and of course these are particularly attractive for investors. So the question is, what are the measures, proposed measures in place to make them also attractive for investors by strengthening their corporate governance frameworks and encourage them to sort of be aligned with best practices in Europe? Thank you.
Is that for you, do you think? Well, maybe you could both comment, but you start.
Okay, I have to say that as a capital market regulator, we are more focused on the listed companies. We cannot, of course, change the rules for the non-listed companies. However, I think that there is a process of changing the whole environment in Greece because, for example, in order to take loans, you need to make sure, the companies need to make sure that they comply to some requirements of corporate governance. So I think this is how the change will take place, through the lender process and through other alternative mechanisms of investment. And I believe that there is a need for, let's say, a more, you are right, one of the things that we need to focus more is how we're going to make sure that we increase the investment let's say, ability of all the capability of all these smaller companies. And this is something that only through alternative financing can take place. And there are a lot of alternative financing tools in the Capital Market Union framework, and the whole Europe is working on this. For example, crowdfunding. There was a new regulation now for crowdfunding, and this can assist smaller companies in being funded. So I believe that we are going to see a lot of new tools that will assist more and support more these smaller businesses.
Well, the smaller businesses in Greece are very numerous. They have a smaller size compared to their European counterparts, so they are much smaller than the relative small companies in other European countries. Thus, we are promoting cooperation and mergers and acquisitions as an essential part of our government policy to make these companies bigger. We have such a reform in RRF, and probably in the next month we're going to have a new law that promotes cooperation, mergers and acquisitions. We are also using a part from the big loan facility that we have in RRF. Most of our subsidies in RRF for private investment to be used only by small and medium companies. It's 1.5 billion euros of subsidies that will make it will be given to such companies so that they will be more efficient and effective through investment. Plus, we have improved the tax and social contributions regime, because the biggest problem of our smaller companies is that there is a lot of, I would say, unfair competition from people that are tax evading. And it's more difficult for them to get out of the trap of, and it's not only Greece, it's all over the world, this phenomenon, but these phenomena, but in Greece it's we have observed it. So what we are trying is at the same time give incentives for these companies to get out of this trap of having to compete with companies that are tax evading, and at the same time we're increasing the pressure for tax evasion through promoting electronic transactions. I have said in my speech that we have managed to increase very significantly electronic transactions, and we are seeing the benefits of that both in additional VAT revenues, which means that tax evasion is falling, and with the new culture of using electronic transactions in the population at large. And we're going to continue promoting that policy as well.
Do you have a strong private equity and venture capital industry in Greece? I mean, if you're talking about trying to get smaller companies to get bigger.
There is a gap there.
There is a gap.
Yeah, an opportunity for investors.
It's getting bigger.
I'm sure it is. Yes.
Thank you very much. Eleni Polykoniadou, business owner in the UK, working in Greece, Cyprus, and around the world in green buildings. Now, we've heard a little bit about ESG, we've heard about green energy, mentioned a little bit about sustainable finance, but really, what are the trends that you're seeing? We've seen a couple of green bonds being issued in Greece in the last year, but what are the steps being taken to encourage more of the alignment between the ESG factors, between green finance, both from the government side, but also from the capital markets, and what trends are you really seeing in that particular area?
Green finance.
Green finance. Well, let's start with the fact that our RRF program has a lot of green finance within it, especially for buildings. We now have a huge program that is going to give subsidies of about €1 billion for investment in buildings, making them more green and more energy efficient. This is for households, and another 700 million euros of subsidies for relevant green investments, also in energy efficiency for businesses and the government. And what is interesting is that for the government buildings, we are asking energy services companies, ESCOs, to co-invest in our effort. So we are not making just public investments, but we are aiming at private-public partnerships to improve our government buildings. This is the, let's say, the subsidy part. We are also having a big part of our RRF loan facility. This is a facility of 12 billion euros of loans that is going to create, we hope, about 30 billion euros of investment. There, 38% is going to be green investment, so it's totally open for investment, both renewables and energy efficiency. In fact, if you have an investment that can attract a bank loan, this is a very, very interesting facility because it works fast. It's 100% market-oriented. You go to the bank, and the whole process involves only the bank and an auditor, a private auditor appointed by us. And you get a loan at this moment with a fixed rate of 0.35, so 35 basis points for 10 or up to 15 years.
Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, ESG is a top priority for all capital market regulators, as you may know. We, in the Commission, apart from participating, of course, in the fora that we are drafting right now, the RTSs, for several disclosure issues. Apart from that, we're also trying to, let's say, educate the market, the market participants, with respect to all these EGA criteria and how they should be implemented into the strategies of the listed companies, and how the asset managers should then disclose the relevant information that they need to disclose according to regulation, according to SFDR. So we are in this process of trying to, let's say, raise market awareness, and we are determined that we are going to make them understand that they need to incorporate this strategy, the ESG strategies in the listed companies, and of course then to make sure that they comply with the relevant criteria. So right now we are in the market awareness period.
Any more comments and questions? We have only got 5 minutes left, but I would just like to ask the Minister, because I've been doing these conferences for some years. There was a time when some people in Greece, including a former finance minister, seemed to think that Euro membership was bad for Greece. But I guess that you're really saying, no, that's just not right. It's the reverse.
Well, I think this story has long passed, and now it's buried very deeply in the ground. There are no...
He still writes about it.
Yes, but he has moved from being a finance minister to having a small, far-left, rather bizarre party.
The debate is over, is really what you're saying.
For Greece has moved on, and the majority of the population the huge majority of the population is locked into Europe, and this big crisis that we have, the pandemic, the energy crisis, the war, I think that it consolidated the belief that Greece belongs, always belonged, and will always belong to the West.
You would agree?
Of course.
On membership of the Euro.
Plus, we are also regulators, and we are all together coordinated. So it has seen, in practice, we have seen how important it is to be in coordination with all the others and make sure that we work on supervisory convergence. We work together with all the EU members. So I'm not going to speak politically, but from a technocratic point of view that we belong, yes, I think it is very beneficial.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I'd like to say thanks to both of you, unless there's one more question, and we'll move on to the next panel. Yazimidis, Dimitra Kalogeru, and Anna Kalyani to join me. That's fine. So we start with Andreas Yazimidis, President of the Cyprus Investment Funds Association. And the title of our program is There is Money. Will it reach the markets and how?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here in the very prestigious event here in COVID-free London, or better, restriction-free London. So it's a pleasure to be here with you and being part of this interesting panel. Undoubtedly, humanity, as well as the entire world economy, has been faced with unprecedented challenges from impact of COVID-19. In the years since the outbreak, the world has changed, our lives have transformed, and the same is true for our economies. The stock market has been very volatile as a direct effect of COVID, and the global stock markets have experienced some of their worst points in the recent history. The fundamental trends have accelerated, propelling some companies forward at record speed, while others, the impact of COVID has proven to be catastrophic. As we are all trying to recover from the effects of the global pandemic has had in our daily lives and are making efforts to regain a sense of normality, the business world is also shifting its focus on recovery and new opportunities. In a recent PwC survey, the vast majority of interviewed CEOs have predicted a stronger global economy in the coming years. We can see governments starting to put in place recovery and resilient plans, focusing on digital transformation and transition into the green economy, as well as putting social and health issue in the forefront. Although this is always a cliche, undoubtedly the COVID-19 crisis has accelerated the shift of the developed world to digital. New technology and changing consumer preferences and disrupting retail worldwide, putting pressure on retailers. Leading retailers around the world are making structural and organizational changes, building the critical capabilities needed to adapt or create new technologies that address their customer needs. These organizations offer examples to other retailers of how to reshape, rethink, and reinvent traditional business models. What is more, digital technology has changed how consumers engage with the product and brands. Millennials have interacted with brands on social media or on brands' website, resulting in niche brands which can compete in the retail world, pricing being more transparent, significant increase in brand choice, and of course, a decline in brand loyalty. The changing retail market has created a number of opportunities for adaptation. The first relate to the financial ecosystem surrounding the e-retail market, namely the accelerated shift towards e-services and electronic payments, and away from traditional ways of transacting and banking, a shift which I would expect to continue in the coming years with the rise of fintech banks. For those of us who are in the services industry, in my view, what is important to understand our customer values post-COVID and take active steps to develop a customer purpose-driven action plan that will enable us to tailor our services and our customers' preferences and experiences based on these insights. Therefore, strengthening data management and analytics help us to understand customers and continually improve customer experiences will be the key, not only for predicting customer preferences, but it will also enable us to provide our clients with greater value. This will in turn allow us to draw more value from our customers in an effort to rebalancing the equilibrium. This shift to digital servicing is also expected to be amplified by the volatility that exists in the supply chain. We know very well that there is an issue in the input availability, transportation, labor, and other, which unfortunately will become worse with the recent Russian-Ukraine developments. Urbanization, or better, return to urbanization, is another trend I'm confident will drive growth and generate opportunities globally. As we are exiting from the continued lockdowns and returning back to our normality, cities, and especially mega cities such as London, shall start to be repopulated, and the property markets globally are anticipated to have a positive effect as a result of this. The same is, of course, true for the vacation travel and the tourism industry, which are slowly starting to make a comeback after a prolonged period of downturn. Another emerging opportunity we have certainly started to witness is a shift not only of consumers, but investors and organizations towards more sustainable and green-friendly products and investment. For example, a McKinsey study suggests that in 2030, demand for green steel in Europe could be twice as much as the available supply. Shortages of recycled aluminum and plastic are to be expected. By planning green material sourcing strategies, companies can achieve immediate emission reduction and sustain progress toward long-term goals. Extending this into other industries as well, and considering the fund sector and the various EU regulatory initiatives, such as the upcoming taxonomy legislation, we should expect to see a switch on how businesses operate from an environmental, social, and governance angle, and especially in investments that they choose in order for this to be ESG compliant. This will be matched by pressure to be imposed by the regulators to comply with the ESG regulations, and also by investor shift in demand for underlying investment policy to score higher on the green and sustainable initiatives. Finally, closer to my area of expertise is the field of alternative investments. With inflation at its highest in decades and interest rates set to rise, I would expect opportunities to arise in the sphere of alternatives as they represent a large set of complementary investment solutions. Long-term investment objectives, as we all know, for investors, historically revolve around equity risk, and this has been traditionally considered the main source of financial wealth creation. However, asset managers are expected to embrace other asset classes that can diversify the equity risk and smooth out some of the impact of the periodic market volatility, such as the one we are experiencing now. The opportunity to diversify investments in an effort to have fluctuating risk-return combination across asset classes has made alternative investment funds, AIFs, a viable proposition for family offices and high net worth individuals. In fact, there is a visible appetite among investors toward portfolio diversification beyond traditional equity and debt classes and improve return. This optimism is driving investment in AIF space and has turned them into an alternative investment asset class. AIFs have indeed emerged as an effective investment instrument for wealth creation as well, thanks to standardization and obviously in detailed information on AIF structures. As AIF do not correlate with the stock market, they help investors alleviate volatility with robust diversification and inflation hedging. The rate of return prospect in AIF is higher than of the traditional investment avenues. As such, AIFs can be an outstanding investment option for generating consistent, relatively higher returns with relative convenience and safety. I'm very happy that I heard this morning Mrs. Lazaropoulou mentioning that AIF industry is booming also in Greece. Is a fact that we have seen on a global scale. In Cyprus, actually, we have established and we have introduced a very flexible EU-compliant fund legislation for alternative investment fund in 2015, and since then, we have seen a remarkable growth of 300% in the asset under management. At the same time, we have managed to attract big international player to establish a structure in Cyprus. I'm talking about fund administrator and custodians. Obviously, Cyprus can be the gateway of Europe for Israeli, Middle East, and Asian fund managers, providing and offering a cost-efficient solution at a very transparent and regulated way. I think Cyprus has all the ingredients in place to continue growing as a reputable EU fund jurisdiction. Being mindful of the developing landscape, both in coming out of the global pandemic and also entering in another troublesome time with the war outbreak between Ukraine and Russia, as business leader, we certainly navigating difficult waters. With this in mind, we cannot ignore the window of opportunity that we have to reinvent ourselves and our businesses and look at the trends that are expected to shape the economy. Today, I have only touched upon a small sample of opportunities that are available in the markets. And as closing remark, I will leave you with this thought. We know from analyzing previous crises that the momentum with which businesses emerge from a downturn determines their course for years. Companies that will manage to come out stronger keep outperforming, while the latecomers continue to lag. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Dimitri Kalogerou, formerly chair of the Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission.
I have some slides as well, just this is just to check before. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure that I am here with you today. Many thanks to the organizers for giving me the opportunity once again to participate in this panel discussion, reaping the fruits of recovery, opportunities and money. This is a panel. So I'm going to focus more again in Cyprus, but on the Resilience Fund that you heard from the morning up to now. And I will say this. First of all, the coronavirus pandemic has significantly affected the European economy, causing a knock-on effect on workers, households, small and medium-sized enterprises, which are the backbone of the European economy. The pandemic crisis has highlighted the urgent need for cooperation between EU member states in order to ensure the viability of businesses and at the same time protect the vulnerable groups. The EU, as a priority, is promoting the green transition, the digital transformation, and the strengthening of the resilience and sustainability of European economies and societies in order to tackle the effects of the pandemic. To this end, the EU approved a package of 1.8 trillion, which is a huge number, which includes the EU budget for the period 2021-27, and of course the Recovery and Resilience Facility Fund, Next Generation EU, 750 billion euros. Next Generation EU Fund is a temporary emergency recovery instrument and which will repair the immediate economic and social damage caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, kickstart the recovery and prepare for better and greener future for the next generation. However, this funding, despite being strictly necessary for Europe's short-term recovery, I believe will not be sufficient for the long-term sustainable recovery for the economy, given the size and projected duration of the financing needs, especially now that we are facing another economic crisis due to the invasion of Russia and Ukraine, which will intensify supply disruptions, push upward pressures on commodity prices and other goods, limiting growth prospects and increasing inflation further. To access these funds, member states must submit a recovery and resilience plan to the European Commission, which will check its alignment with EU priorities and the country-specific recommendations. The member states must allocate a minimum, you heard before, 37% to climate investments and reforms, and a minimum 20% for digital transition. Now in Cyprus, the total funding will be 1.2 billion, for which 1 billion will be for grants for different SMEs or any other company want to apply to the government for these grants. 200 million for loans with investment allocation around 41% in green projects and 23% in digital projects. And this is expected to positively affect the output and employment, of course, in Cyprus. There is a clear consensus that we need to build a financial system that supports sustainable growth and redirecting activity towards green and digital sectors. A lot of money will be available and must be used productively for investments and to support reforms in order to strengthen growth and transform our economy. The three pillars that Cyprus must focus are, of course, digital transition, green transition, and social cohesion. I will just talk about the digital transition first. It's a significant portion of the next EU funding will be allocated to sustain a digitally focused growth economy. It can increase its competitiveness by introducing innovations that enhance citizens' welfare and support economic resilience by building a real data-driven economy as a catalyst for innovation and job creation, using RegTech solutions or artificial intelligence solutions for analyzing big data for quick screening, supporting improved connectivity, say go to 5G network, enhancing the digitization innovation of public administration, including judicial, healthcare system and land registry, encouraging the digital transition of enterprises. The COVID-19 crisis has brought the role of technology into the spotlight. The need to digitize processes has gone from nice to have to mandatory to all types of enterprises. Most of them are still working remotely or using the hybrid models. Improving capabilities in crucial sectors like the financial sector, which is the largest user of digital technologies in Cyprus and represents a major driver in the digital transformation of the economy in leveraging digital capabilities, for example, artificial intelligence, using cloud computing, cybersecurity, now it's a must, digital identification for AML purposes, distributed ledger technologies, usage of blockchain technology on cryptos, on digital securities and ICOs, adapting the education systems to support digital skills. Now, the green transition, the EU has developed a new strategy to address climate and environmental challenges that will help a transition to a modern, competitive, and resource-efficient economic model. I think this is where we have to focus most, especially now, with the current economic crisis due to the war in Ukraine, which has already affected the prices of commodities, especially oil, coal, and gas, given that most of the countries rely on the importing of fossil fuels. The green transition must be accelerated so that Europe becomes less dependent on fossil fuels in the future. The European Commission actually has proposed the REPower EU, an outline of plan to make Europe independent from Russia fossil fuels well before 2030, starting with gas, seeking to diversify gas supplies, speed up the rollout of renewable gases, and replace gas in heating and power generation. The new generation EU will play a key role in making Europe the first climate neutral continent by investing in future-proof clean technologies, improving energy efficiency of public and private buildings, promoting sustainable, accessible, and smart public and private transportation, enabling a more circular economy, supporting the transition towards renewable energy sources, and the capital markets. The financial industry can help, has a role for climate change, in order to channel capital of funding towards green, social, and sustainable investments for more resilient and greener economy. As you know, the package that already mentioned by Vasiliki, which includes from Europe the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation, SFTR, taxonomy regulation and low carbon benchmark regulations are all regulations for the finance sector. In Cyprus, we are yet to see a large-scale shift towards green investments. There is a lot of work to be done in order to see that. There are some alternative funds, though, with an investment policy focusing on environmental, social, and governance factors. If I remember correctly, around 30 million out of 11 billion funds under management have a sustainable green investment strategy, which is indeed a very promising step towards the right direction. And the social cohesion in Europe of tomorrow needs to reduce social inequality and disparity to create a more unified model. The New Generation EU will support medium-term investments and reforms promoting social resilience in EU member states, aiming to reduce social disparity by ensuring a homogeneous level of services in all EU citizens, improving labour policies, modernising labour market systems, supporting social inclusion and reducing social gaps, investing in modern social and educational infrastructures. In addition, though, to the New Generation EU funding that I already mentioned and analysed, Europe should continue to progress towards completing the Capital Markets Union, which will integrate all the 27 national capital markets in order to improve the allocation of capital in Europe to support recovery and future growth in the longer term. The Capital Markets Union is the EU's plan to create a single market for capital. It provides new sources of alternative financing for businesses. Like the fund industry already mentioned, we already established it from 2015 up to now, and the growth is substantial. And this is an alternative means of financing because you can find investors and then allocate these funds to the different sectors of the Cypriot economy and elsewhere. So this is important. The Capital Markets Union provides alternative funds of financing. The other is the crowdfunding already mentioned from Vasiliki. We already have it in Cyprus, and we are waiting for the EU one to transpose it into our national legislation. And I think this is another way of financing the SMEs through crowdfunding. Also, we have created the growth market. The growth market is to help, again, raising capital from SMEs with less burden procedures, less burden prospectuses in order to raise capital, and also less transparency requirements. And if I remember correct, insider information requirements. So Europe is moving towards supporting the SMEs, giving these facilities to raise capital. All these will increase options for companies and for savers to make the economy more resilient. So it's not enough having funds from Europe all the time. You need to create capital markets and advance. At the same time, I believe the European Commission must complete the banking union. This is another issue, without delay, because the introduction of the European deposit insurance scheme, which will replace national insurance schemes, will create a strong pan-European guarantee for banks' deposits for up to a certain amount during financial crisis, regardless of the member state which each bank is located. Achieving this goal is particularly important in a possible new economic downturn after COVID-19 pandemic. So all the above issues need political decisions to be taken and consensus among 27 member states. I believe that it will take a few years for Capital Markets Union and Banking Union to be implemented, but it will definitely lead to more integrated Europe with more robust, innovative, and sustainable economic and monetary union. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. And our third speaker is Anna Kalyani from the British Hellenic Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Thank you, John. It is a great pleasure being here today after 2 years. First of all, I would like to congratulate The Economist and Nektaria Passarivakis for this great event. It is understandable that the Ukrainian crisis and the related energy crisis have lowered the initial expectations that were optimistic for growth this year, not only in Greece but internationally. And this was not something that had been predicted. What I would like to emphasize is that especially from now on, we have to realize that we will live in a highly volatile environment, and we will have to cope with and overcome various smaller, bigger or smaller crises and unexpected events. We do understand that investments need a business-friendly environment and stability at various levels, political stability and taxation indicatively. Within this highly volatile landscape, the questions are, how global liquidity will be affected? Will this liquidity reach the markets? Which parts of the markets and under what conditions? Certainly, depending on the duration of the crisis, global liquidity may be affected negatively in various ways. Valuations may have to be adjusted to reflect the prevailing risk to value conditions. Maybe now we have a wait-and-see reaction. But even in challenging times, liquidity still exists, even at lower levels, and directed where it will find opportunities. Let's think what we have achieved as Greece the last 2.5 years, two of which we have the pandemic. The Greek government has made a big effort, which is continuous, to create a more competitive and business-friendly environment. The investment landscape has been clearly improved, and this is shown by the attraction of more international and strategic investors. The major transformation of Greece's production model has started with speed. We will see gradually the results, which are already visible, and this will be a long process. This has been reflected in the country's financial indicators, and before the outbreak of the Ukrainian and energy crisis in Greece, the country has shown a significant growth path. The structural reforms that have been implemented, especially in areas of digital transformation, have been significant. I would dare say that they're impressive, the digital transformation of the public sector, facilitating also the private sector and improving productivity. The process, of course, is continuous. The country also has given emphasis and supports innovation, while its strategy towards a green economic model put a strong basis for investments. As a consequence of the reforms, more financing option tools have been available for Greek-related businesses and investments that have not been available in Greece, although widely used in more mature markets internationally. I will mention briefly what types of liquidity exist overall in Greece currently. The long-term budget of EU funds of around 40 billion euros. As the Minister Skylakakis mentioned, the Recovery and the Resilience Fund, RRF, of euros 32 billion, for which a plan has been approved by the EU with focus on green energy, infrastructure, digital transformation, education, and not only. The attraction of foreign direct investments, the Greek banks, the cleanup of the Greek banks' balance sheets, and the reductions of NPEs have freed capital to focus on the financing of growth of the economy. In this context, I will mention the crucial role related to RRF and how all these funds will reach timely and properly the real economy. The major investment projects in key sectors of the economy, including the ones that are involved international investors, but also the SMEs. The banks have to make a big effort so this money will reach the real economy. Venture capital and private equity funds. First of all, Greek-owned funds new ones have emerged the last few years. Although there are still more significant prospects, we have seen substantial international private equity funds investing in Greek companies that have a dynamic model. We have quite a few success stories. Viva, CVC funds that have acquired NPLs, dynamic presence in real estate indicatively. This means that specific companies in Greece meet the strict criteria of the international investors, and I should also mention the high level of human capital and expertise that exists in Greece. The Hellenic Development Bank and the Hellenic Development of Investments, the new type of products that Vasiliki Lazarakou mentioned in the capital markets. I would like also to see stronger presence of foreign financial institutions in Greece to finance projects and finance international investors. Let me also mention that the regaining of the investment grade for Greece will attract even more investors in the country, as categories of funds that have currently restrictions due to their own specifications and investment standards will be able to invest also in Greece. Within this framework, the Greek government, and through the Hellenic Republic Asset Development Fund, apart from its primary role in privatization, has developed a new independent operational unit whose purpose is to mature, carry out the tender process, and supervise the implementation stage for projects. Now, do projects exist? Do Greek companies meet the investment criteria of investors? This is the next question. Investment opportunities do exist in a variety of sectors, indicatively, and as already have been mentioned, energy with emphasis on green energy and storage. The broader energy sector is and should be a key driver for investments and growth, as Greece is uniquely positioned, while companies such as Energean, which we will listen in one of the next panels, have started from Greece but shown an impressive international growth and been listed in the London Stock Exchange. Projects related to digital transformation in the private and public sectors, logistics, infrastructure, following also the Greek government announcement of various tenders gradually. Innovative companies, startups in various areas with a competitive extrovert model. Real estate and hospitality, including the opportunities that exist through NPLs, which may be also in the secondary market. Agri-food, education, pharmaceuticals, I'm sure we can find more opportunities in various sectors. The presence of an investor can take, of course, the form of a joint venture, a direct investment, a joint venture with the local company, a direct acquisition of majority or minority stake. Listed companies and private companies with strong management, competitive strategic models have made steps and have the potential towards this direction. What investors will find attractive also are the ones that meet the criteria of corporate governance and ESG, innovation and digital transformation, and the ones that invest in education and have high level of human capital. In this context, I am optimistic that specific Greek companies have positioned themselves in this landscape, while increasing efforts is made by more companies, primarily listed, but not only. Representing the British Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, let me note also that I do believe that there are significant prospects of cooperation with UK companies to implement big projects. While London still holds the leading role in the financial markets, needless to say, also in ESG innovation. I would like to see more international investors, representatives' offices, or in cooperation with local firms to be closer to the Greek market. Let me also emphasize the role of the Greeks working abroad. Some of them, you are here today. Not only the financial sector and the private equity venture capital, but you are the ambassadors of Greece, as your contribution in the initiation, in the implementation of financing projects and investments in Greece is crucial. Closing my initial remarks, I'm positive that money will reach the real economy, even with fluctuations, despite existing challenges. We are at your disposal, the Chamber, in cooperation with the Greek government and the British Embassy in Athens. And with this note, I will close my initial remarks. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Well, we have about 15 to 20 minutes for comments or discussion. I would just like to kick off with, you've all referred to, I think most of you referred to NPLs, and we heard earlier about banks, particularly in Cyprus. Do you think that your countries need to move away from relying so much on banks and more to private equity, venture capital, and of course some alternative investments? I mean, is that a general trend that you see pursuing, please?
Yes, this is a general trend, it's a global trend. And actually, I was discussing last night in a cocktail reception in the Greek embassy. EFAMA stands for the European Fund and Asset Management Association. I was in a webinar with EFAMA as a president of SIFA, and the president of EFAMA stated very explicitly that he expects that the banking sector would be getting smaller and smaller, and the fund industry is going to booming in the following years. And this is a fact. In the US, 63% of new projects has been financed through alternative way of financing, including alternative investment funds. It's a global trend. We have seen this in Europe, not at the level of the US, but this is a matter of time. And I believe that because of there is liquidity with the banks, but they are not so they are reluctant to give new loans. It's much easier to attract, if you have a very attractive investment proposition, to attract alternative investment funds where they are looking to invest in this project. Especially now, we have seen that even during the pandemic, there is an increase in the asset under management, and this is crucial. There is much liquidity with all the private equity funds and looking to find opportunities. And I believe that opportunities can be in projects in which there are MPLs.
I think, yes, you know my opinion that we have to go to complete the capital markets union, and that's why I said funding from Europe is not enough. And I believe that because capital market union can help exactly as an alternative means of financing the economy, not depending on the banking sector. In Europe, generally, not only Cyprus, they depend on the banking sector giving loans. Compared to the US, already mentioned. So we need to be more attractive as a Europe towards multinational enterprises and towards other big enterprises from China or from US. I mean, in Europe I'm talking, not only Cyprus. And that's why we need to complete the capital markets union and find other ways of financing the economy. We already have the fund industry, the crowdfunding now, and also now new regulations are coming in to facilitate the SMEs through the capital markets of raising capital with a much more efficient way and less burden, as I mentioned before, in their prospectuses or in their continuous obligations or in the market abuse issues that we have now. And also, we still need to do a lot of work on the data, because the data are too much coming from all the regulations, too much data, and we are lost in the data up to now, right now, the regulators, I mean. And so they need to have artificial intelligence to help with the data. So technology will help to the capital markets to grow. So we need the technology in order to analyze using the technology or RegTech solutions or artificial intelligence solutions to help with all these regulations that are coming all the time. But at the same time, help the market with new products and services that will help also the SMEs to grow, not only the bank loans from bank lending.
You want to add anything?
Yes, I agree that both banks and the private equity and venture capital funds have their role. In Greece especially, the Greek banks have a significant role, since through them the funds from RRF have to, let's say, to be approved in order to reach the real economy. So I believe they will have to be, even to modify their models of evaluation to incorporate the new challenges and risks that have to be, let's say, moderately not priced, but in order to give the opportunities to finance the economy. On the other hand, NPLs are not owned by the banks. They are managed by specialized entities and primarily foreign investors. So we have, and that's why the banks have decreased the NPLs ratios. But we have to see the efficiency of how these NPEs and in the secondary market especially will be managed in order to provide more value to the markets. Now, regarding the venture capital and private equity funds, as I said, the last few years have started actually to emerge. Some benefits and some incentives have been given, especially also from the Hellenic Development Bank and some other incentives from the Greek government. And I believe they will have increased interest from abroad. But the foreign venture capital and private equity funds are primarily interested in bigger projects. So other tools are necessary in order to finance the smaller and medium-sized companies.
If I can add something on what Dimitra said about the data, and if we want to give the view of the NPL industry in Cyprus, we have to know that the NPL level now with the Cypriot Bank is below 10%. Used to be 50, 60%. And we have seen investment funds investing not only in the underlying assets of the NPL, but directly in the NPL market. And especially in Cyprus, majority of NPL are now with international funds that they invest in the NPL market.
Any more comments or questions from anybody? In that case, I wanted to ask one more question, which was about inflation. I mean, I think most of you, indeed most of us, have really lived without inflation for many years, but it seems to be back. Is this difficult for investors and people raising money?
Indeed.
We don't know how long it will be here, but please, do you want to start?
Okay. Yes, we've seen inflation the couple of last year, and this year is continuing, even though they said that that would be not a permanent, I mean, that would be very short term, the inflation. But as we've seen, it grows to 5%, I think, now, and maybe it will grow to 7% at the end of the year. So yes, it's a concern because now we have the goods increases in the price of goods, and also increases in the foil fuels, and also increases in probably in other goods that we don't know now, and that will create a problem with the SMEs and the people who that they don't can afford now to buy the necessities for the house. So as I heard in the morning, our Mr. Neophytou said that there is good to establish a fund from the EU again in order to help the countries, the EU countries, for this purpose, actually, to help the SMEs and the people that will be most affected by the inflation, as I understand. I don't know if this is going to happen, but so we expect the funding again from Europe to address the issue. I don't think the central banks will do any action in increasing the interest rates, not now. So the inflation will continue and see what to do.
Now, the big question is what will be the duration of the geopolitical crisis? Yeah. And even if, let's say, everything is solved, this does not mean necessarily that the impact in high energy, not necessarily that high, energy prices and associated consequences, how they will reach not the real economy, but the consumer and the smaller companies. In Greece, we have seen the last couple of months, even before the Ukrainian crisis, that energy prices had been increasing, but the companies, that in order to reach the consumers and not decrease the demand, have tried try to absorb somehow this impact. Now they will not be able to do this. At the same time, the Greek government has tried, everything to support the individuals, the citizens, and the companies. But how long this will last and how this will impact gradually the economy and the financial indicators.
Yes, okay, I totally agree with what you said before. If I can add something, high inflation, we have the highest inflation in the last decades. It's important for the financial services industry. I can understand that would create issue with various sectors, including construction, including reduction in consumption. So there will be a cycle effect in the economy. However, for the financial services industry, and especially the fund sector, it creates opportunity because there are various funds that are invested in commodities. There are also opportunities through an investment fund and a proper diversification to create higher return for the investor, and you can hedge inflation through specific techniques to an investment fund. This is a one angle, but I think the most important is the fact that, yes, it will create issue with the global economy as well. I think the Resilient Fund is there to help, even though it was created for another reason, but as long as it's not fully utilized, I guess there will not be any other financial instrument in Europe. This is what was said by Finland and Holland, that we have first to utilize the funds from the Resilient Fund and then go to another financial instrument such as a fund or a bond. Hopefully, the amount that is within the Resilient Fund will be sufficient enough in order to help us with the cycle effect of higher inflation.
I would like to mention also that some investments will have to continue despite these current challenges conditions, especially in energy, because this will facilitate to recover and to come out of this crisis, including in digital transformation. So the investments have to continue and very quickly in order to mitigate the effects.
What is happening in this country, and indeed in some other countries, is a lot of money is going into property, which isn't necessarily long-term benefit to the economy. I believe this happens in Cyprus as well.
Yeah. Yes, that's why I've said that it's more important to invest in green now instead of other sectors, because that will help us to not to be dependent in the fossil fuels. And try to be more greener. It will help generally the economy. I mean, not to be dependent in the Russian oil, for example. But this will take some time. It's not going to be this year or next year. It will take some time.
But the impression I've had from listening to previous discussions is that the loss of Russian finance and Russian investment is not as serious as I thought it would be well, particularly for Cyprus, but also to some extent for Greece.
This is not the case anymore. If I remember well, the figure from Central Bank some years ago, I mean, the deposit of Russia in Cyprus was to be 4 or 5 times more than what we have today. So there was an effort to diversify, to look at other markets such as Asia, India, Israel, Middle East. Obviously, now we need to move fast and trying to find other products in other markets in order to cover the loss that we're going to have from the Russian market. This undoubtedly it will have an effect in the Cyprus economy. I think it will not be a very critical effect in the economy, but we need to act fast and trying to find a kind of replacement market in order to cover from the loss of the Russian market. Because I totally agree with Mr. Neofitou, what he said in the morning, that obviously even if the war is going to stop at the point of time, the economic crisis and the sanctions will be there for a long time.
Yes, and I think he also said that we're still going to have a growth rate, but not the same as we were projected before the war crisis. So around 3%, as I understand.
That's what you said, yes.
And in the fund industry, actually, because we have seen the data lately, we have only around 4 to 6% funds coming from Russian investors. So, especially for the fund industry, because I know the data, there would not be a serious effect because of the war in the Ukraine.
Great. Well, if anybody has any last questions, I could take one now. Otherwise, I think we'll break for coffee. And thank you very much to our three panelists. Thank you.
eCombX. With us, the future is today.
Cyprus is unique. This charming Mediterranean island is not only an attractive tourism destination, but also a European country with unlimited investment opportunities. Cyprus is a promising jurisdiction to start up and grow your tech company. Cyprus is a reputable business hub. Its regulatory framework offers transparency and reliability, fully compliant with EU and international laws and regulations. Key advantages are the attractive tax system and IP regime, combined with competitive rates in terms of the labour market, property costs, and high-quality business services. We invite you to seriously consider Cyprus when choosing your next investment location.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Cyprus is unique. This charming Mediterranean island is not only an attractive tourism destination, but also a European country with unlimited investment opportunities. Cyprus is a promising jurisdiction to start up and grow your tech company. Cyprus is a reputable business hub. Its regulatory framework offers transparency and reliability, fully compliant with EU and international laws and regulations. Key advantages are the attractive tax system and IP regime, combined with competitive rates in terms of the labour market, property costs, and high-quality business services. We invite you to seriously consider Cyprus when choosing your next investment location.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Okay, let's start again. Welcome back to the second half of the 6th London Business Summit. And this session is called Investing in the Region, Sharing Opportunities and Challenges. In fact, there are two sessions with the same name. And we're going to start with Alex Patelis, the Chief Economic Advisor to Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Please, do you want to say a few words and then we'll discuss?
Thank you very much, John, and thank you so much to the organizers of this conference for the very timely and honorable invitation. So let me just make some brief remarks. As everybody knows, this government was elected on a platform of doing reforms, and that's what it's been trying to do. Over 250 bills have passed through Parliament since the summer of 2019. A lot of work has been done in the financial sector. We would highlight, of course, the reduction in NPEs from over half the loan book of the banks to single-digit numbers this year. The bill for corporate governance that was mentioned in the previous panels, and of course, another very important bill that hasn't received enough attention, the reform of the insolvency framework with a new restructuring and bankruptcy process for private debt in Greece, something that helps very much both clean up the bad loan balance sheet, but also spurs entrepreneurship. So the reforms are continuing. COVID hit in early 2020. This did not stop the government, and I would say from an economic standpoint, Greece was able to shatter its pre-pandemic image. GDP in Greece returned to its pre-pandemic level already in 2021, and we're hoping that 22, despite everything that's going on, will show another year of strong growth. In that sense, that crisis, the pandemic crisis, was an opportunity to do some of the structural reforms on taxation that we always wanted to do. There has been, as you know, a reduction in the social security contributions, taxation of salaried employment, and also the elimination of the so-called solidarity income surcharge, but also a sharp reduction in taxation of capital, corporate income tax rate now down to 22%, dividend tax rate 5%, and there's a host of other tax incentives for people to relocate to Greece, least of which is not the if you do relocate to Greece, half your income is tax-free for 7 years. That's for the people in the audience of this room. We have now the Russia invasion of Ukraine, which obviously creates new geopolitical uncertainty and in particular affects Greece primarily through higher commodity prices. Greece doesn't really trade much with Russia or the Ukraine, but the commodity price shock is global and it is going to be significant. Of course, as they say in the United States, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. So we have to make the best of what we can of the situation. But it will not stop our desire to reform. There are, for example, just now 2 very important bills that are being submitted to Parliament. One is to reform primary healthcare, and another one is to reform the unemployment benefit system in Greece, OAED, and also the skilling, reskilling, and upskilling of Greece. There are significant amounts of money, over €1 billion, that have been allocated through RRF, Greece 2.0, the Recovery and Resilience Plan of Greece. And the skilling system in Greece was long overdue a reform. We now have unemployment having fallen to 12%, which is obviously high by international standards, but it's much lower than the pre-crisis level, than the crisis high of 28%. And this is a new environment for the labor market in Greece, and skilling and reskilling becomes very important. Those are, I think I've used up my 3 to 4 minutes, and I'm very much looking forward to a conversation with John. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for those introductory comments. Reform, you certainly have done quite a lot of reform by European standards. The return of inflation because of the commodity price, but even before the commodity price rise, associated also with energy prices, and the beginning of rising interest rates. These will be difficult for a country like Greece?
So this is going to be another global symmetric shock, not similar to the pandemic, but it's similar in the sense that it's global and it's symmetric. And we hope that Greece will be able to come through this with some of its, let's say, relative points shine through. And you mentioned interest rates. Greece's debt, government debt, has one of the longest durations on the planet, 20 years.
We heard from the finance minister.
And 1.4% average interest rate, which is pretty extraordinary. It's also extraordinary that those numbers didn't really change much during the pandemic. Private debt also is being restructured and is being dealt with. The inflation shock is more complicated. On the interest rates also, let's also add that the private sector remains underlevered, and there's a whole generation that never took out a mortgage. And this is still a huge structural opportunity in Greece, and one should juxtapose other countries where negative interest rates have been around forever. For example, in Denmark, people have had negative negative interest rate mortgages. So we have no doubt that the interest rate shock will be manageable in Greece. In terms of the commodity price and inflation shock, it's more complicated. Obviously, Greece during the crisis had long periods of deflation and, let's say, steady price levels. So a little bit of inflation in a country that has high nominal debt isn't necessarily a bad thing. And when you do your DSA this year, you'll find that the debt in real terms will be declining also because of inflation. Of course, we need to be careful that this does not feed through into an inflationary process similar to the one that we had in the 80s.
Yes.
But I would argue that with the spare capacity that Greece has, the product of this whole decade of a crisis, it's not going to be the first country where such problems appear.
Interesting. But just still on this public debt issue, I mean, it was very interesting to hear the point about how much of it is also at fixed rates, and the burden of servicing it is therefore relatively low. But it is still the case that you have the highest debt burden in the European Union. I mean, in the long run, is that not potentially still a problem for Greece?
In the long run, it's a problem if you cannot reduce it, and there's a denominator and there's the numerator. And so in this case, we're working on trend growth, increasing trend growth. And if you do these DSA calculations, you make a very small change to the underlying trend growth, and you have a very large impact. Many of the forecasts that people have are unduly pessimistic in our view. And actually, I would argue that COVID masked what is already an increase in Greece's trend growth. Otherwise, it's very difficult otherwise to explain how Greece ended up recovering its pre-pandemic GDP level earlier than other countries, given its high reliance on tourism, which was obviously hit during COVID.
And losing Russian tourists, Russian money, you can survive that?
It depends what figure you use.
Yes.
No, but it's something around 400 million or so income from tourism from Russia.
One of the other things that we are going to talk about again, but we have talked about already, is the energy of the Eastern Mediterranean. I mean, does that mean that you can look forward to a point where actually Greece benefits from higher energy prices because you have the potential to export quite a lot of gas eventually? At the moment, an energy price shock is bad for Greece, but is the balance of that going to change a little?
The balance will change over time in the sense that Greece today is a net energy importer, particularly of oil. And throughout the green transition, this is going to change as renewable energy sources are developed. And obviously, Greece has a lot of sun and a lot of wind. As these develop, we will hopefully become a net energy exporter. And the climate transition has significant economic and political repercussions that have not been widely appreciated. It will change the balance of power. Another thing that the government is working very hard on is to improve the storage facilities, but also the connectivity with the region. So we are in discussions with Egypt to develop connectivity there, with Saudi Arabia and with other countries, because one thing we have learned from the energy crisis is that you need not only more production, but you also need more storage and better connectivity to be able to handle temporary deviations between demand and supply.
And the region, the Eastern Mediterranean region, since we're discussing that, there are some quite troubled economies in this region. I'm thinking of places like Lebanon, Syria, but also now Turkey. Is that awkward? Is that problematic for Greece? I mean, you see exchange rates moving very sharply. The Turkish lira has devalued significantly in the last 12 months. That makes Turkey more of a competitor in some ways.
So it's not the role of an economic advisor to comment on other economies or an exchange rate. Actually, someone did ask me more focused on the euro, but that's a different story. I can sort of answer or address your question indirectly in two ways. The first is to point the obvious, that this is why we didn't want, in response to the same question that was made in the previous panel, one of the reasons we didn't want to leave the euro is precisely because you can end up with all kinds of destabilizing equilibria. But I would say also devaluation is a funny thing. It works until it doesn't. And there's a level beyond which you devalue your currency, and that just creates inflation and creates instability and uncertainty, and that actually becomes a detractor for investment. And I don't know if it's not my job to judge whether Turkey has reached that point or not. But devaluation doesn't necessarily mean that you gain competitiveness.
No, well, look, we have experience of that in this country several times in the past. Devaluation has sometimes helped, but quite often it doesn't seem to have done, and it didn't really help even after 2016.
But I would argue also that this is not primarily an issue of devaluation. It's a question of institutions, credibility, and stability. And the Euro project and the European Union project are not just an economic project, they're also a political project. And they create the framework in which the institutions of a country can withstand the shock. So Greece went through a decade of a crisis. We had unemployment reach nearly a third of the population. Yeah. This is the kind of stuff that Marx wrote about. And the protection that we got, the institutions have come out stronger than before. And I would argue that one of the selling points that we have as a country now is precisely that we withstood this strong crisis. And so this gives you extra comfort as an investor that a country that has been through the worst and has come through it is actually a safe country to invest in.
Interesting. I mean, the central banks of Lebanon and Turkey are not perhaps good examples of institutions that work well. I understand you're not going to comment on other countries, but I mean that is the advantage of the framework of the European Central Bank and the Bank of Greece.
And not just the central banks, the judicial system, the political system. Don't forget, Greece also went through populism. It went through what I would call political fragmentation, where there are many small political parties which create unstable coalition governments. These are phenomena that we are seeing in other countries in Europe and in the world, and Greece went through.
You pioneered this with Syriza to some extent.
I will quote Mark Mazao, as you know, has written a wonderful book about the Greek Revolution, arguing that Greece was at the forefront of other revolutions. So the country has in the past been a leading indicator of other countries. We can debate about why that's the case.
And I was also wanted to ask you about the negotiations with Brussels, since I believe you're heading to Brussels for another summit. I mean, there is obviously Greece, like Italy and indeed Cyprus, is benefiting a lot from the Resolution and Resilience Fund. There have been the beginnings of discussions, which I know your Prime Minister has also joined in, about another fund to help in the future. But as we were discussing in the earlier part of the meeting, not all the countries of the Eurozone are very enthusiastic about this idea, particularly not Finland, the Netherlands, probably not even Germany with Finance Minister Lindner. How do you see that panning out? I mean, do you think that having done it once, you have now established the principle that there should occasionally be borrowing at European level for the benefit of all?
Together with Minister Skylakakis, and we were honored to be part of the team that put together Greece's proposal, Greece 2.0, for the Recovery and Resilience Fund. Our focus is on implementing that plan, and if it's implemented properly, I'm sure things will go the right way. But in terms of the energy crisis, this isn't really our proposal. Our proposal at the moment, at the national level, that the Prime Minister brings to the table, he wrote a letter to Ursula and also tabled an op-ed piece that natural gas market is broken, and we are calling for regulation. We're calling for a price cap or limits to the daily fluctuation of gas prices and other such proposals. So there's going to be a heated debate in Brussels. Different countries have different opinions, as always, but we should not stray away from the fact that the European Union has responded quite quickly to the crisis in Ukraine, and I'm sure you will agree that it happened faster than what most people had expected and broke a lot of taboos, and I'm sure this will continue.
I'm looking to see if anybody wants to ask any questions from the audience as well. So if anybody has any questions or comments they'd like to make. Yes, at the back there.
Thank you, Maury. I'm Jonas Floriani from Axia. My question is, one of the big kind of milestone for this government and also a reward would be reaching investment grade, right? Pre-war, the expectation was that this could happen in the first half of 2023. I'm just wondering now from your expectation, the higher inflation, potential slowdown in GDP, and also changes in government financials could change that time frame? If yes, what are the levers that the government can pull to mitigate some of this negative, some of these headwinds?
Thank you. Look, the government can do its job, and that's what it has to do. And the rest, outside shocks are beyond the government's control, and ultimately might or might not work a particular way. I will remind you that Greece was upgraded twice during the pandemic, and I'm sure that if you had been told, you would have thought that that was highly unlikely. And I don't know why it got upgraded. I mean, we can, there are various reasons, but I would say the primary one is that the rating agencies judged that the government was serious about what it was doing. So the government just needs to continue down the same path. In terms of how the Russia-Ukraine crisis will affect the variables that the rating agencies monitor, I would argue that it's quite complicated. Debt to GDP depends on the numerator and the denominator, and we have potentially higher growth rate in the nominal GDP. It's still not clear how much of a hit it'll be to real growth. But ultimately, the government has to continue to do reforms. The banks need to continue to clean up their bad loan book, and if we do that, and there needs to also be political stability, and if we do that, we have no doubt that we'll get investment grade in 2023.
2023, okay. One more question before we move on to the next panel, if there's anybody wants to ask another question. Yes, over here.
Hi, Vasilis Stefanopoulos from Mount Street Portfolio Advisors. Pre-pandemic, you had in the Greek banking system around 70 billion of NPEs. And around 40 to 45 billion of that was business, small, medium, and large businesses. That, and taking aside the pandemic, today that's much lower number officially on the bank's balance sheet. Mostly now that's guaranteed by the government through the senior tranches of the hubs. First of all, capital is not flowing into these businesses, because on their business balance sheet, the loans are still there. The judicial system still cannot process enough the enforcement that needs to go through. How do you expect to make any further adjustments to the judicial system, to the enforcement procedure, and are you happy with the rate of improvement into the business plans of Hercules project?
Thank you. I'm not sure I agree with your description of the events. A very important piece of legislation has been the insolvency framework, and we should not underestimate this. This was voted through, when was it, summer of the previous 2020, but it's only being implemented now. And this is something that just takes time. But many businesses and individuals are seeing that that's being restructured as we speak. In terms of small and medium businesses, or businesses in general in Greece, I would highlight that deposits of enterprises are at an all-time high. All-time high, meaning they're higher than they were before the crisis. So it's very difficult to argue that the businesses are constrained by cash, or that they're somehow constrained. Obviously, that's true at the aggregate level, not at every individual level. And we are also seeing very strong demand for the RRF loans that Minister Skylakakis mentioned before. So I would say that there's sort of many things happening at the same time, but we're very happy with the way things have unfolded for the businesses in Greece, and we are very confident that private sector debt is manageable in Greece and will continue to be worked through and decline. Of course, I'm talking at the aggregate level. Obviously, there's going to be differences at various sectors or various companies.
Okay. Well, that's very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much
Alexis.
for your time. Thank you.
Good. To the next panel on investing in the region, and I'd like to ask actually one of them is going to be virtual, but the other two are here, Yanis Matsis and Omiros Sarakas, to join me on the panel. And in principle, yes, we start with Ioannis Smerlis, Secretary General for International Economic Affairs at the Foreign Affairs Ministry in Greece. You have the floor. If it works.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today and an honor to address such a distinguished audience. As many of you know, Greece has restructured its economy, rationalized its public finances, and boosted its competitiveness over the last decade. It has reoriented itself to global markets, attracted record foreign investment, and achieved record export growth. At the same time, Greece is fast becoming a new regional hub for energy, logistics, and innovation. This year, Greece's economy is expected to grow at a robust 4 to 5% rate, following a better than expected 8.3% rebound in 2021. Which represents one of the fastest growth rates in Europe. Economic sentiment is at its highest point since 2000, and unemployment rate is at its lowest levels in 10 years. Last year, Greece also posted record exports of 40 billion euro and saw record foreign direct investment, almost 5 billion worth, the largest FDI inflow since 2002, confirming that the country is on the right track and in a dynamic growth phase. According to surveys which track investors' attitudes, Greece is rated among the top 10 investment destinations in Europe. This reflects the wide range of attractive opportunities available in the Greek market, as well as the coordinated efforts of the last several years to create a competitive and positive business environment in Greece. Ladies and gentlemen, currently, economies around the world are working their way back from the contraction caused by the coronavirus pandemic. For Greece, this heralds a new era, framed by the country's ambitious Green Deal and Greece 2.0. In particular, the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0, that will create new growth industries by channeling 57 billion euro into green energy projects, digitalization, health, and education. Greece 2.0 is focused on realizing fully the potential of the digital age and green energy and aims to secure sustainable growth far into the future. Remarkable reforms have been implemented to reshape Greece's market and public administration, so as to make it more competitive and business-friendly. Some of these initiatives promote state-owned assets and investment opportunities in targeted sectors. More specifically, over the last decades, Greece has greatly upgraded its energy infrastructure, both within Greece and with neighboring countries, and is fast becoming an energy hub for Southeast Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean. In this vein, Greece is welcoming a range of energy-related projects and attracting investments in clean energy, e-mobility, and circular economy. Our vision for a green, sustainable future transcends all aspects of public policy and extends to technology, smart agricultural production, and sustainable tourism, where we expect to see significant activity both in the short and the long term. Technology and innovation are also integral to the digital transformation envisioned in Greece 2.0. Greece's tech sector is already attracting significant investments, and please allow me to name a few. Recently, JP Morgan acquired a 49% stake in Greek fintech Viva Wallet, a leader in European cloud-based payment, in a deal that reportedly valued the company at 2 billion euro. During the pandemic, tech giant Microsoft invested in a new 1 billion euro data center venture in Greece, and pharmaceuticals company Pfizer created a tech R&D hub in the northern Greek city of Thessaloniki. The planned digital interconnection, CME-WE3, linking 39 cable landing stations in 33 countries through high-capacity submarine optical cable, will make Greece a regional digital hub and support the further development of international collaboration with Greek tech. Technology and innovation will also become increasingly important in smart and sustainable agricultural production. For Greece, this is a priority, given the leading role food products play in the country's export profile. Furthermore, tourism industry in Greece creates a springboard for the future through responsible and innovative approaches. This also opens new opportunities for investors, with projects in Greece that upgrade and rebrand hotels, emerge new travel destinations, extending at the same time the tourist season. Investment in the sector tripled in 2020, and since 2019, some 150 new hotels, most in the 4- and 5-star category, have opened their doors around the country, with dozens more in development. Ladies and gentlemen, moreover, I would like to highlight that the substantial reform concerning the economic diplomacy. At the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we incorporated under a single and coherent structure all competent units for economic extroversion. Furthermore, we established the Gateway of Extroversion, including Enterprise Greece, our official trade and investment promotion agency, the Export Credit Insurance Organization, as well as of the existing network of embassies and offices of economic and commercial affairs, which are by definition the antennas of our system abroad. Current government strategy sets ambitious goals to boost foreign investment in Greece and Greek exports abroad. By 2023, we aim to double foreign direct investment in Greece to a target of 4% of GDP and increase exports to 48% of GDP, up from 37% in 2019. To conclude, despite the current global geopolitical uncertainty, Greece has become a secure investment destination with enormous potential in Southeastern Europe and Eastern Mediterranean, while remaining a pillar of peace, security, stability, and prosperity in the broader region. The growth momentum is back on track with impressive outcomes. In this vein, we adopt targeted measures and policies in order to ensure that this growth will be viable and sustainable in the future. We invite you to be a part of this exciting new era for Greece. Thank you very much for your attention.
I think you have to go fairly quickly, Secretary General. So maybe you could just say one more word about the impact of the war in Ukraine. I mean, it's just another shock, but anything specific on that worries you about the outlook for Greece?
You know, a war is always a war, and especially when it takes place in Europe, it's obvious that it's something that will affect the global economy, something that will affect the European economy, so also the Greek one. But what is really important for us is that we remain stable, is that we are not so exposed in Russia and Ukraine as of exports and of investments. So we continue at the same track. We are asking, as Greece, with our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, and the whole south of Europe, as you saw the previous days, we are asking of a European solution about energy, a European solution about economy. It's a problem that we will face all together. And I'm really optimistic that in order to go to the next steps, European Union will stay together, will stay with a common response to the problem. Of course, we are against the war. Of course, we are against any invasion and change of the borders. And of course, we are just behind the United Nations and the stability all over the world. Greece was pretty clear about this from the beginning and will remain at the same line until the end. Moreover, I would like just to finish by saying that in the whole region, Greece is a stable democratic country that is an old member of the European Union and NATO, and that is the main pillar of stability all over our region. This is the role that we have, this is the role that we want to have, and this is how we will proceed also to the next critical months about economy and critical months about peace.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. And now we turn to Yanis Matsis from Invest Cyprus. Please.
Thank you. A very good afternoon, distinguished guests, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to be here amongst you today. My short presentation today will focus on Cyprus as an international business center within the European Union and also on investment opportunities that we see on the island. Let me start with a snapshot of our beautiful island. I'm addressing mostly the non-Cypriots and non-Greeks here. So located in the Eastern Mediterranean, below the south coast of Turkey and west of Israel and Lebanon. Cyprus is a small island of 880,000 inhabitants, 4 major cities on the island. It is part of the European Union and it has adopted the euro as its currency. It enjoys beautiful weather and with in excess of 300 days of sunshine. The official language is Greek, but everybody on the island speaks English as well, as a second language, pretty well command of the English language. Now, we've already heard about the GDP. Cyprus GDP outperformed the rest of its European peers both in 2020 and 2021. In 2020, the Cyprus GDP dropped by 5.1% because of the pandemic, whereas the rest of the average European Union dropped by 6.1%. And in 2021, Cyprus outperformed by growing its GDP by 5.7% against an average of 4.1% for the rest of Europe. Now, over the last few years, especially the last year, we have been observing a plethora of companies that are looking to set up offices in Cyprus and send their own staff, their own professionals to live and work on the island. And I want to address the main reasons why, from my position that I see by speaking to these companies, what is attracting them on the island. To begin with, and very importantly, a very attractive tax system. Our corporate tax rate is 12.5%. There is no capital gains tax on corporates, and there is an exceptional network of bilateral tax treaties, with quite often being the case of no withholding taxes at all in cross-border payments. That is a big advantage for companies. A lot of technology companies that set up in the island can take advantage of an intellectual property tax rebate, and which brings their effective tax to 2.5% on given a tax discount on royalties paid because of international of intellectual property. So very attractive tax regime. On individuals, the government aiming to attract foreign residents on the island has passed a lot of income tax deductions. Individuals that are non-domicile, which effectively means non-Cypriots by origin, they have a 50% tax discount for a period of 10 years on any income above 50, so long as their income is above 55,000. That means that the effective personal tax is close to 12.5%. Again, so you can imagine 12.5% corporate tax, 12.5% income tax. Very competitive for Cyprus. Now, it's part of the government's vision and strategy 2035, as we call it, to try and make Cyprus an international hub for doing business, for companies and people to relocate on the island. As such, recently they revised the immigration laws that make it very easy for companies, especially technology companies, but not only, to bring their non-European staff to Cyprus and their families, their spouses to Cyprus, and very easy for them to be issued working visas and residence permit. So that's another big attraction of the island relative to our competitors. Low cost of doing business. Our average hourly wage rate in Cyprus is below the average of the European Union. The non-wage labor cost is also below the average of the rest of the European Union. There is very competitive low commercial real estate rental yields relative to the European Union, always I'm talking about, and generally competitive property prices. Also, the supporting services that you can get on the island, for example, from accountants and lawyers, are exceptionally high quality, which is very attractive to the foreign companies that establish there. It's given in English and is given at a very low cost rate, relative again to the rest of our European peers, which often they do not give the service in English, they cannot, and it's much more expensive than what you would get in Cyprus. Cost of living, you can see here that also, so it's not only the business cost that is low that I addressed in the previous slide, but cost of living, you can see here that even amongst our European competitors in trying to attract talent, we have the lowest cost of living for individuals of the competitors here. Now, to begin with, being part of the European Union, we offer a gateway to investment managers and investment funds to establish their jurisdiction in Cyprus and passport their services to the rest of Europe. So that's also a big attraction of the island. We have the common law, which is very attractive for companies, but we also have European law and European regulation, of course, given that we are part of Europe. Lots of private schools, all of which teach in English, and all of which offer international courses such as GCSEs, etc. So easy for families, again, to move there. Everybody on the island speaks English. That makes it easy for people that relocate on the island to find their way around. Exceptional weather and a very high quality of life. Okay, now let me address quickly where we see strong investment interest from abroad. In the area of companies wanting to relocate on the island, all kinds of companies really, but mostly technology companies is where we observe a lot of interest and where we see the most positive results. In the area of direct investments from abroad, we see interest in the tourism and healthcare, in tourism and hospitality, in healthcare, in education, and also in renewable energy. That's the main areas. It's not an exclusive list, but this is the main areas where we see interest from foreign investment managers, investors wanting to invest on the island. And finally, we see Cyprus being an attractive jurisdiction for fund managers, with fund managers establishing their base there to passport their services into the rest of Europe. Now, it's important when we communicate to companies that we want to bring them on the island, it's important to be fair, to be balanced, to be transparent, so they know what they will find when they come on the island and there is no surprises. So we do have some of our own challenges as well. To begin with, actually a very big challenge is the low airport connectivity. We have very few direct flights to European cities, but Athens, London, and a few other European capitals We don't have daily flights anywhere else, making it a very difficult place really to get to and to get out of. So that's one of the disadvantages. Our banking services are not at all advanced, nowhere close to to international or European best practices, especially when it comes to areas of financing, of efficiency of opening bank accounts, and of other banking services. Despite the bank's major efforts to upgrade their services, we're still quite behind what I would call European best standards. Another negative. So our AML reputation, anti-money laundering reputation, unfortunately the reputation takes years to build, gets destroyed in a day. We destroyed ours, and it's still evident when we meet and discuss with foreigners. Despite, I have to say, I am a banker, the banks have gone into major overhaul of their policies, processes, and AML standards that I would actually argue now we are in international best practice standard levels. However, we still are not recognized as such from abroad because of our negative past reputation on this issue. Another disadvantage, which is not listed as a bullet here, is liquidity on the island. For investors that want to invest, really the investable sizes, the bite sizes are quite small. You cannot find big investments on the island. And it's also illiquid. It's easy to get in with small investments, but it's not that easy to get out given the amount of interest for small investments that is not as appealing to big investment managers. Some success stories of some companies that established their base on the island and that managed to, that are active on the island. I also want to share with you anecdotally, just out of interest to see the unfortunate events of the war in Ukraine and Russia. Actually seem to be strangely benefiting Cyprus. Over the last 2 weeks, and this is anecdotal, right? But I think it's an interesting piece of information. We have been approached by 4 American companies. One of them is a Fortune 500 American company that have between them 1,500 staff in Russia, all of them technologists. So they are technology companies that employ staff in Russia because you get good quality of technology personnel in Russia. And given the war, they have difficulties in paying them. And therefore, they asked us to help them relocate them to Cyprus. So we have organized and are organizing charter flights to fly them over to Cyprus via the air routes that are open, issue them residence visa and working visa on arrival. And this, with their families, will establish base in Cyprus. Now, it may sound nothing for the non-Cypriots amongst you, but 1,500 people is huge for the island. As I said earlier, we're only 880,000 population. So that's just something to share. Also, I want to address an issue that is also very concerning to me, which is inflation. This is not specific to Cyprus. This is global. A global issue affecting everybody, but I do fear and I am very concerned about hyperinflation and about the possibility that inflation gets out of control, both because of the war in Ukraine, Russia, and of course gas, oil and wheat prices, also because of COVID and the supply chain constraints that we've seen during COVID, but also remember that all the central banks have been pumping liquidity into the system since 2008, since the Lehman crisis, both the US and the European central banks. And there's a lot of liquidity in the system, which doesn't help especially when people lose confidence. So inflation is a concern, and I'm not here talking about necessarily Cyprus, but everything else. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If I can help give any more information or explain the services we offer as Invest Cyprus, feel free to approach me after at the networking lunch, and it will be a pleasure to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Omeros Msarikas.
Thank you. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to congratulate Economist and the London Stock Exchange for hosting us. and to say that although we're going to present about Greece, we have much love for Cyprus. One of the things that actually we love about Cyprus is that you are two countries, one of the two countries that they are part of the British Commonwealth, you and Malta, and you're also part of the European Union. And you have English law. And for those of you that are in the fund business, after Brexit, we don't have to run to Luxembourg to open funds. CySEC has a regulatory framework, one of the few countries in Europe that have a full framework. So congratulations. Today we're going to give you a brief because I stand between you and your lunch. So I'm going to give you our version of the Brook Street brief. Our journey started when we came to Greece back in 2013, and by 2016 we partnered with an asset which we successfully exited during Brexit, during discussions of Grexit, and we managed to make 57 times money. After that, we built the first, that we are aware of, London private pot to invest in the country. And ever since, we've done 20 rounds, over 5 assets, and 6 to be announced in 72 hours. And those assets are growing, and they are thriving. What have we learned? First of all, we would like to share the positive notion that Greece is on a positive trajectory. Greece is thriving, and the last news that we have over the last few days say that despite COVID, despite the pandemic, and despite the Russian war, Greece will continue to thrive, what we call resilient growth. I believe it was addressed earlier on. Greeks managed to survive 10 years of a crisis, they can survive that. So, what we love about Greece so far? The FDI has increased 10 times for those that haven't observed it. Second, here we can see EBRD participating, and much to their credit, EBRD, EIB, and EIF have created a very successful and active local private equity and venture capital ecosystem, and I can recognize some of its leaders in the audience. In addition, the international funds are investing or co-investing with the local national champions. And in the end, we also see the corporate FDI. The triplex of activity creates growth and a notion of trust. And that's what is happening right now. We started trusting Greece for leading us in Europe to growth. Everybody was quoting surveys today. We quoted a recent one, which mentions that despite the crisis, managers in Greece or those investing in Greece remain largely positive. In regards to the war, there are many scenarios, and leading people around the world, leading think tanks, are playing scenario analysis, what could happen. And none of us can read the magic ball. What we do know is that inflation can take 3 ways. I would only like to remind everybody that when you invest, you're not a trader, it's a strategic long-term allocation. In England, we call it patient capital. So we need to invest in Greece rather than trade Greece. And I think that's strategically important to get right. As we're looking into the inflation, the terrorists in Ukraine, and also what's happening with the pandemic, we also have a number of challenges that we're facing in-house. But I'm pleased to say that we have observed a number of structural reforms. Last year, we actually hired for the first time from the UK, and using the tools at our disposal, we relocated CEOs and managers from England and from Europe back to Greece. And that for us was the first time that we tried that successfully. So we believe we're going to have a phenomenal year despite everything that is going on. I believe that we're going to have a very good summer. And my data says there are going to be 14 to 16 flights directly from the United States per day. So if that happens, we're going to go back to 2019 levels. In the last 72 hours, I want to bring to your attention, despite what everything, the doom and gloom stories, Amazon was speaking about fascinating progress in Greece just a day before our drinks yesterday, and Morningstar upgraded the country. So we believe that Greece right now can be positioned actually as a safe haven for investors. We are in Europe, we have attractive opportunities, an EU framework, European FX, and quality of life. And we have survived crises before. So we think we can position Greece as a country for resilient growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got a few minutes for comments or questions. A very small one I'd like to put to Yanis Matsis. You talked about low airport connectivity in Cyprus. Are you suggesting building a new airport outside Nicosia?
No, I'm not suggesting that. The fact of the low airport connectivity, I believe, is related to the small population size, and also the fact that tourism is only concentrated on the tourist season, which is quite a long season. But when it's the summer season, we have more direct flights, of course, from the tourist destinations only. But because of the small size and the small amount of business travel that happens to find itself in Cyprus, the demand is not there. Also, speaking to pilots, what they are telling me is that actually Cyprus is not very profitable for the airlines because it's tucked far away in the Mediterranean. If compared with England, it's a 5-hour flight. It's a transatlantic flight almost, right? And the cost of petrol is very high. So, actually, it's more competitive to make a flight to Malta maybe from London than to Cyprus in terms of and offer it to the population. So I think that's the main reason why the connectivity is there. It's just demand and supply.
Okay. And Cyprus Airways?
Yeah, okay, but it's demand and supply.
That's demand and supply. All right.
You cannot subsidize. You can subsidize. The government can actually. But unless you subsidize, then if it's not profitable for the airline to have a direct flight to Paris, they won't.
No, I understand the point. Any last quick questions from anybody in the audience? Yes, over here.
Yes, for Mr. Matsis. First, I want to make one correction. You said on your presentation that Cyprus has 4 cities. You should say 6 cities, but unfortunately, because of the Turkish invasion, we had 2 occupied cities as well. The other 2 points, as an ex-CEO of the Hellenic Bank, you said that the level of the banking services in Cyprus is not adequate, let's say, is not of the level of in the United Kingdom. What did you do during your presidency as ex-CEO in the Hellenic Bank, alongside the other CEOs? And the final question is about the tourism industry. That is one of the most important industries in Cyprus. I read a few times during the last few months that we have a problem with labor. How the Cyprus government is facing this problem?
Yes, on the issue of banking services, unfortunately, change is not within a day. How we try to address is by training, upskilling the current staff through training and education, and also by hiring more competent staff that maybe have international experience to try and upgrade the banking services. But it takes time. Even during the 3.5 years I was in the bank, we couldn't make the change to the, if you like, where we would like to go within 3.5 years. The second issue, I do agree with you. We have a big problem with labor, especially in the tourist industry, because unfortunately, during the period of COVID, we lost a lot of staff that was foreigners that left Cyprus. And now all of the hotels, generally the hospitality industry and the food and beverage is actually suffering. The government has revised its immigration policies, and it is now easier for non-European citizens as well to come and work on the island. Again, though, it will take time, to communicate it and to advertise it and get people to start moving on the island. But I do agree it's a big problem, a big headache for the hoteliers especially.
Fine. Well, thank you very much to both our panelists.
Thank you.
And our third panelist who's left. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
And we're moving on to a panel about energy, positive energy for investments in the region. So if Giles Redpath and Matthias Rigas are both here, perhaps they could come up. Morning or afternoon. Afternoon. Okay, well, we've heard quite a lot about energy all morning. You always hear a lot about energy when you discuss Greece and Cyprus. Mr. Redpath, would you like to begin?
Sure. Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you to The Economist for inviting me. It's very nice to be in such distinguished company. I am founder and CEO of Hive Energy, and there's one thing that terrifies me more than Vladimir Putin, and that's climate change. Whilst Mr. Putin was nuclear saber rattling in from his no doubt concrete bunker somewhere a couple of weeks ago, the IPCC issued a report that would have made headlines everywhere in the world if it wasn't for the situation in Ukraine, which is that climate change is looking almost irreversible, and we are simply not reacting to it quickly enough. I think there's a danger in target setting that everyone has in mind that we're headed for 1.5 degrees by the year 2050. The fact is we're not. As things stand at the moment, we're headed for about 5.5 degrees of warming. And at 5.5 degrees of warming, this planet can support about 1 billion people. That's a lot more dangerous than Putin. I started Hive Energy 10 years ago with a mission to do what I could about climate change. We have so far concentrated largely on solar. We've installed just over 2 gigawatts of solar to date. We've invested 1.6 billion in renewable energy. We see it as absolutely important that the transition to renewable energy is seen as a top priority and that it is greatly accelerated. I think there is a huge danger in the current crisis that non-reliance on fossil fuels from Russia is seen as an excuse to pass through plans for more fossil fuel exploration. I think there was even some mention of the resources of the Eastern Mediterranean this morning. I know similar conversations are being had in the US. Forget fossil fuels. You have wind, you have solar, and we have clean gases on their way, and that's where we should be investing. For our part, we're working on 15 gigawatts of renewables projects around the world. I'm off to South Africa tomorrow, where we have the world's largest green ammonia plant in planning. It's a $4.6 billion project to create ammonia that is used obviously in fertilizers around the world. It's also used greatly in Japan at the moment for decarbonizing coal plants, funnily enough. In Greece, we have been investing in solar. We've developed over 500 megawatts of solar here to date, and we want to invest in a lot of other sectors. I think there is huge opportunity in the hydrogen sector in Greece. Hydrogen, for those of you who haven't been studying it, is made by the splitting of H and O, and you do that in a green way using large amounts of green electricity. Greece has an abundance of solar resource, and it has an even greater abundance of wind resource. And for hydrogen, the combination of the two is very important. In fact, you make the cheapest quality hydrogen where you have both resources, not where you have a single resource. because the capital expenditure is largely on the electrolysis, and you need to keep that electrolysis machine running 24 hours a day, which can only be done with a combination of renewables. So we're very keen to work on hydrogen projects. Hydrogen is important because whilst you can decarbonize the electricity grid with renewable resources, you have a lot of what they call hard to decarbonize sectors, which is mobility, which is steel production, cement production, and hydrogen can answer a lot of those things. So for example, we are keen to work with island economies, with Cyprus, with many of the other Greek islands, to look at creating hydrogen locally, using the solar and wind resource, and using that in mobility. Hydrogen buses are now well established. You'll see them in London already. Hydrogen buses can be used in islands, and there is a huge opportunity to decarbonize ferries using hydrogen. I think Greece has something like 2,000 very short distance ferries, and they can run on hydrogen today. So there are big opportunities there. We're very keen to work in all of these sectors. Across our business, we've been investing also in a number of other technologies. We, in the UK, have secured a large amount of fly ash deposits, which is used in the cement industry to decarbonize that. And we've developed technology for drying the fly ash to make it, to dry it in a green way, to make it usable quickly and economically in the cement industry. And we're keen to look at this opportunity within the lignite areas in northern Greece. In South Africa, we have a technology where we take invasive wood species, and through pyrolysis we turn them into biochar. And biochar is a wonder ingredient for recarbonizing our soils. One of the reasons there's so much fertilizer needed in the world is that our soils have become much poorer with all our intensive agriculture, and we need to put carbon back into the soils. And at the same time, that's a very good way of putting carbon back on the planet. So there are lots of, as we say, circular economy ways where you can use the excess carbon that's in our trees, managing forests, which is obviously something that needs to happen a lot more in Greece to avoid wildfires, and take that carbon and re-put it back into soils where it can be used for agriculture. There are also opportunities just in replanting, and I think particularly in certain areas of Greece and in Cyprus, there's a lot of opportunity for replanting. And there are great subsidies around the world for that now, and the value of carbon is becoming more recognized over time. I believe Greece is a great place to invest. I think it has a lot of the natural resources that the world is going to need, and there certainly seems to be the financial will and muscle to do it. So my only parting comment would be, to those that are in charge of the administration in the room, make the procedures faster. We need to cut the red tape. We need to make good things happen quicker. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthias Rigas from Energian.
Well, what a great way to get introduced. Stop fossil fuels. So the devil has arrived. The devil that produces oil and gas in the Mediterranean. I think the discussion is a little bit more complex than what we just heard here. And of course, we all want to live in a better future. We all want a cleaner planet. We all want our children to live in a better world. Nobody questions that. But there's a reality check. And there's a reality which says that today we did exactly the same mistakes that were just outlined. And as countries, and we operate oil and gas facilities in Greece and Italy, Israel and Egypt, and I'll talk about the distinction. We haven't paid attention to the fact that fossil fuels still today are required. Maybe they will not be required in the next decade or decades to come, but we need them today. So the question that countries need to answer is, we're burning them, so what do we want to do? Produce them or import them? Because that's what's happening right now. Nobody is stopping the use of fossil fuels. And of course, we hear a lot about ideas of renewables and where we need to go, and green hydrogen, and how much does that cost. So who will pay for all this? Who's going to pay for all this? Is anybody willing to accept 50% or whatever the percentage increase in electricity bills of the average consumer? Are we willing to take this? Question number one. Question number two. I drive an electric car in London. And when I bought it, people were saying, but you produce oil and gas. Why do you promote electric cars? That's not the point. If we want to make a real change to this world, we shouldn't make it just in London, Athens, Cyprus, New York, and Paris, because we forget that there are 8 billion people out there that don't have the ability to be in this very nice environment, air conditioning, nice lights, and be able to travel the way we travel. So the transition to this great future has to be just, has to be fair. We should not just be thinking about our little microcosm and thinking that we've saved the world because we use just paper straws when we go out to have a very expensive drink in the bars of London. That's not going to happen. And I was in a conference where we were talking with ministers from Africa and the Far East. And they were talking about the results of COP26. Why did it fail? And it was a failure, right? Why did it fail? Because the people in this part of the world, the developed part of the world, do not understand that this is not just about how we live, it's about how the whole planet lives. So who's prepared to change the way that we all live? Because if we don't do it, nothing's going to change. Now, let's talk about what's happening in the East Mediterranean. And we happen to be the only producer of hydrocarbons in Greece. We produce in a field called Prinos that has been supported in the past by EBRD when there was no funding from other sources, and very recently from the government, to keep the asset alive, not just for the production, because the Prinos field is relatively small and it's not going to make a big difference to the economy, but to convert it into the first carbon storage project in the country. Because this is not just about the production of electricity from renewables, it is about the cement factories we have in Greece, the refineries, the steel mills, the steel factories, the aluminum factories, and the other big industries that cannot live on renewables. So we, the industry, have the technology, have the capital, the management skills, the access to capital to provide solutions also for the industry, which we shouldn't forget. So this is not just about electric cars and reduction of CO2 emissions, which of course is very important. And as a company, I can tell you that Energean was the first E&P company in the world that committed to a net zero strategy. December of 2019, when nobody was focusing on this, we committed to be a net zero emitter, and we are reducing. We are actually taking action. We are reducing our carbon intensity. We are taking action to get to the net zero target. With the help of the Greek government and the European Union, with the RRF, we believe that the CCS project in Greece is going to be a fantastic project that will provide actual solution of storing 6 million tons a year of CO2 where it came from, without impacting the second part, the second word of ESG. Because ESG is not only about environment, it's also about the social impact. It's about the jobs. It is about bringing prosperity to the communities that we work. So Greece, at the moment, and there's been a lot of public discussion and disclosures that is thinking about restarting the exploration and potential production from various sites. This is not an excuse. This is not an excuse because of the war. This is a real need to be energy non-dependent. Because when we're talking about security of energy supply, and when we're talking about depending on someone, whoever that someone is, I think discussion about how much it costs and whether it's viable, feasible, etc., comes to a much lesser level. So, do we want to produce our own resources or we want to import them? That's a key question that governments need to answer. Israel, and I'll focus on Israel for a moment because we're investing $2 billion in Israel at the moment. 10 years ago, used to rely on imported gas from Egypt and coal. The Israeli government took a decision and said, we want to go to a green future, but first we want to secure our energy supply. So they promoted exploration of gas. Gas was discovered, developed. We came in 2017, we brought competition. Gas prices in Israel, despite the war, despite what's happening in Europe at the moment, are at $4.2 an MMBTU. Does anybody know what this compares to with the European gas prices we're seeing today? Thank you, Minister. And more. And that is what hurts at the moment the economies in Europe. And because Israel focused on that, not only it became energy independent, but now it is exporting gas to Egypt. Meaning that geopolitically it plays a role where others are relying on Israel and its gas resource. The other extreme, and I'm sorry for my Cypriot friends, but gas has been discovered in Cyprus since 2011. And what has happened since then? Nothing. And people are talking about exporting the gas to Egypt, liquefying it, putting it on a ship, bringing it back to Cyprus, regasifying it to use it on the island. Now, if countries want to become energy independent and get to the future that Gilles very correctly said that we need to go to, and I'm a full supporter that we need to go to the green future, we have to decide if we want to be energy independent. And if we do, whether we like it or not, that's the reality check that I mentioned at the beginning, we have to focus on exploiting our natural resources in the region. I'm not talking about Greece only, I'm talking about Greece, Italy, Cyprus, and countries that are also stable and are run by democratic governments. Because we all saw very recently the response to the discussions of mediation for the Ukrainian crisis by our Turkish friends. Israeli president visits Turkey. The first word that Erdogan said when they left this meeting is that we talked about cooperation in the energy sector. What does that mean? Pipeline to Turkey. That's what it means. What other cooperation in energy could happen? So the question that we in Europe need to answer is, who do we want to depend on? So today we're depending on Russia. And the reality is that no government can afford to switch off the lights of people. Imagine the young generation if you tell them you're going to live without Instagram for 24 hours. Because you can't... that's when reality check starts to kick in. So just to close these remarks and have a healthy debate, security of energy supply is extremely important in my view. Responsible operators that look after the environment and have net zero strategies is extremely important as well. Exploitation of our resources until we can get to a future of energy which is affordable, sustainable, and continuously available. Because without these three vectors, it doesn't work. You have to meet all these three vectors. Once renewables get to that point, by all means, we'll switch off and move on to a different future. Until then, it's a little bit more complex than just saying, forget about hydrocarbons for now, because it's not going to happen, at least for another decade. Thank you.
What do you say? Well, especially about gas, because I mean, gas is less environmentally problematic than oil and coal.
No, I think you know it's a fair thing. It was you know, I'm an entrepreneur, not a politician, and so I allow myself to say things that you know, might cause
a reaction. But no, I don't believe we'll be off hydrocarbons in 10 years, or you know, probably not in 20, and probably not even at net zero. But that doesn't mean the renewables agenda doesn't need forcing as fast as it can be. And I think interestingly, there's a huge interplay between the oil and gas industry and the renewables industry in, you know, effectively what's happening with hydrogen. And you know, I think a lot of these gas networks that are being built are potential hydrogen carriers. And you know, there is an opportunity, you know, across the Mediterranean to be carrying hydrogen from North Africa. We're seeing it in the North Sea already. You know, a lot of the older oil fields in the North Sea are being repurposed as hydrogen carriers. And I think to the extent to which that integration and thought can take place, there's a big opportunity to use, you know, a lot of the infrastructure that's there to move towards the, you know, to the cleaner fuels.
Can I make a comment on hydrogen? Please. Question. Green hydrogen at 8 euros a kilo, that's the cost that we estimate today, versus clean, let's call it blue hydrogen, with storage of CO2 back in the ground at 2 euro a kilo. How do you deal with that? How can you convince people to increase the cost? Because I agree with you 100%. Hydrogen is the way forward. We see the future in the same way. But how do you make it affordable for the average consumer and the industry? Because that's the big challenge. We all love green hydrogen, but how do you make it competitive? Because if you tell the industry that they need to quadruple their cost of energy, somebody needs to pay for that again. So let's not talk about theory, let's talk about actual cost. Who's going to pay for it? Until we can get the cost down to what I said before, affordability is, you know, a key word in the world.
Yeah, I mean, we're focused mainly on ammonia for the time being because, you know, ammonia, you can produce green ammonia at 600, 650 a tonne, and, you know, the grey ammonia market's at 1,200 a tonne. So today, you know, just making ammonia green is a key priority because it's doable today. I think, you know, hydrogen is a much more difficult question because it's so much harder to move, and the users aren't there yet. And so when we look at green hydrogen, for example, in Spain, you know, we believe that the diesel equivalent price, and this is taking out the capex for a lorry, is around 9 euros, and therefore you know you can make it at, you know, we think we can make green hydrogen locally in Spain without having to move it very far for about 7 or 8 euros. You know, if blue hydrogen's produced at 2, then who knows? And you know, where is that? And if that's just in Texas, then, you know, that's an answer for Texas. It may not be an answer for elsewhere.
Yeah, well, coming back to Greece, sorry, okay, I'll get to Richard one second, just to close on hydrogen. In Greece, we are investing at the moment in the production of what we call clean hydrogen, which is 99.6% clean from gas, with reinjection of the CO2 back into the Prinos field that is going to become the CCS area of Greece at those levels of cost, to be used by the fertilizer which is next to us, by a power station which is also close to us. So yes, you cannot move it across the globe, but there are solutions that we are implementing today in country that will provide solutions for hydrogen as well. Sorry.
Should we just take a couple of questions from the audience? One in the front there. There's three, perhaps.
Thank you.
We haven't got much time.
Well, I'll be very brief. I have a question to Giles. So I applaud all the initiatives that you're doing. I think it's fantastic. In my mind, and I will not give a speech, but in my mind you have three parts to this equation, as Mathios indicated. You have the affordability element, you have the sustainability element, and we then have the security of supply and energy security element. I think we're all agreeing that the affordability element has been fantastic, because that's why we have been developing globally the way we have in the last 100 years. And we would not have done that had it not been for Mathios hydrocarbons. But we, of course, realize now that actually this comes at an incredibly high price, sustainability-wise. So you said it, we need to bring these pieces together. There actually needs to be a transition. I agree with you wholeheartedly. But you also said, forget about hydrocarbons. And that terrifies me. Because I hear this very often.
Well, luckily I'm not in charge of them.
No, that's fine, but it's a fantastic slogan. And it's also a very deceiving slogan, because I think that a lot of people have actually taken you literally. And that is what we have done. And this is why we are now facing a situation where, for example, we are not transitioning into gas and continuing, but we see very often now a reversal into coal, because we just don't have the capacity. So as somebody who's driving this agenda, what do you think are the primary policy impediments that we need to resolve for the transition?
Let's just pass the microphone and we'll to the lady behind you.
Yeah, it's a very similar question. I was thinking that given the fact that practically the average Greek is not going to drive a Tesla tomorrow, and also the whole virtue signaling about green projects in the investment community and investors moving away from supporting oil and gas industry, practically, what could the Greek government do in order to support the net zero of oil and gas firms without penalizing them financially and them getting distracted from doing what they're meant to do, which is affordable energy for everyone? Thank you.
There's one behind.
John Farakos from All About Shipping. I hear about cars and all this, jazz, but I come from the biggest industry in the world, which is the shipping industry. And we are proud that we only pollute 2.7 centum of this planet. I wonder why you're all afraid. You talk about renewable energy, you don't talk about the alternative source of energy, where in our view, one thing will happen if all of us use and respect the environment, big money will change hands. So I'd like Mr. Rigas to respond on this. We have in shipping the alternative sources, wind power, we reduce everything, we nearly zero it. Cars, it's for us minimal in comparison with what the ships they use to ply the ocean, because the supply chain is based on the intermodal chain of ships, containers and so forth. So why don't you go for the alternative sources? Thank you.
And then finally, was there a question over there? No, fine. Okay, no, let's take those three. Oh, sorry, one more over there. No? Yes, sorry.
I think this is a very heated debate. Just to throw one more question into this, we're talking about potential explorations for new fossil fuels. These are investments that require large amounts of money and are investments that are going to last for 20 to 30 years at minimum. And it's 2022. We talk about net zero by 2050. We talk about it being a regulatory requirement on the EU level to be net zero by 2050. So how do these realities align? Completely hear the security component, but is there not a way of looking at using existing fossil fuels to make sure we can fuel the industries that cannot be powered by renewable energy, and then shift those large investments that would go into new explorations instead into renewable energy?
Any comments?
All right, good.
Briefly.
Briefly, yeah. Let's start with
transition.
Transition, I think it's for you, what Richard mentioned. The question about what governments can do. I will talk about what governments are actually doing. And the government today is passing legislation to allow carbon storage in the country. Is supporting through the Recovery and Resilience Fund the use of, or the alternative use of existing infrastructure like the old Prinos field and converting it into the first carbon storage project in Greece, which will actually allow the industries to continue operating, which is a huge problem. Greece emits about 11 million tons of CO2 per year, industrial CO2. So you cannot ask a cement factory, you can, of course, you can take a view that I don't want cement to be produced in Greece, I will import it. I don't want products to be produced from refineries, I will import it. But as long as we have these big industries, the solution is to help them decarbonize and or reduce their carbon emissions and bring them to, and the government is taking action. Now, with respect to the question about the shipping, you said why isn't shipping using alternative fuels, if I understood you correctly?
We were using the wind power, for example, and must now. And
Okay.
we're trying to go for anything alternative.
Fantastic. I mean, you know, if any industry can decarbonize, I will be the first supporter, even if that's bad for our business.
You mentioned about saving the planet, you know.
Okay, if we can see ships flying with, you know, going with sails or other sources, by all means, you know, that's great for everyone. And on the last point about how does the two goals of getting to net zero and using fossil fuels work together, well, unfortunately, they don't. And that's what I said, it's a reality check. So we can talk about things, but we have the reality in front of us. And the reality is that, as I said before, this world still, for the next decades to come, will be using fossil fuels. At least that's my view. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, you know, next year some technological advancement has happened and we moved away. But as long as we continue this lifestyle, and I'll come back to the point about people not driving Teslas, because you're absolutely correct. People are expecting that the average Greek or Cypriot will spend 30, 40,000 euro and buy an electric car. Well, it's not going to happen. It's not. No matter how big the subsidies are from governments, no matter how big the incentives are, it's not that simple. So, coming back to my previous question, are we going to produce or import our energy? That's the key question. And then, once we are secure, we can start to get to the greener future. I bring back the example of Israel. They first secured the country. They first got to the point where they have enough for the next 50 years. Then they start to move to the greener future. So the transition has to happen in an organized fashion, otherwise we end up in situations like the one we face today.
Transition with some fossil fuel.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, to quote the lady up there, it's the whole debate about, you know, if everybody panics and says, you know, in the UK the fracking lobby has started up again, you know, there's all sorts of projects being, you know, squeaked through in the US. I think it's a question of, you know, we can't overreact and let there be an excuse for doing things which we shouldn't otherwise logically be doing. You know, of course it may, you know, the example given here of if you can produce gas in Cyprus rather than exporting it and re-importing it, there's a lower carbon footprint to that, so we should be doing it. It's just a question of finding the logic. You know, quickly on the electric cars, absolutely, we're all going to be driving them because there won't be 30,000. You can already buy one in China for 9,000, and those cars will gradually come in, and I think, you know, people will transition to electric cars. I forgot the other questions.
I think that probably covers it actually. And anyway, we've run out of time. We could even raise the subject of nuclear, but I think that would be another panel.
It's a bad topic.
So thank you very much to both of you for an interesting discussion. Thank you. And we move straight on to our next panel, Innovative Markets, Innovative Business. We will have the Minister by connection, but perhaps the other four could come and join us. Michael, Leonidas Christopoulos, Yanis Miselis, Kostas Axarioliou, and hi. Hi, Michael. How are you? How are you? Good to see you. And if Minister Fragogiannis is online, I think you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, dear friends, I'm delighted to be part of the 6th Annual London Business Summit that will focus on UK, Greece, Cyprus taking trade and investment to the next level. Even though my recent positive COVID kept me at home, where I'm standing off at the moment and did not permit my coming to London, which I initially intended to do. I'm also greatly humbled to have been chosen as your guest of honor and keynote speaker on innovative markets, innovative business, and I will take this opportunity to talk a little about the Astypalea project, albeit virtually. Perhaps you have never heard of Astypalea. It's a small Greek island of only 11 miles maximum length and 8 miles maximum width, with a year-round population of just 1,300. The island is part of the Dodecanese archipelago, many of you may know, or you may have visited Rhodes, which is the greatest of the islands. Despite its previous obscurity, though, Astypalea has recently become known throughout the world. When Googled, the word Astypalea yields close to 600,000 results, whereas Astypalea Volkswagen turns up close to 50,000. The Astypalea project has been featured on NBC, Bloomberg, ABC, Reuters, Al Jazeera, Deutsche Welle, Die Welt, and even Jakarta Post, The Hindu and Bangkok Post, and of course, The Economist. So what is the Astypalea project and why is it so critically important? Initially, I would like to stress that the Astypalea project is of great significance for Greece, not because it will change the world. Truth be said, the island is just too small. Its footprint is too negligible anyway, and its capacity to make a difference to climate change, very limited. Of course, it would be wonderful if it were otherwise, but surely this project does act as an experimental prototype that will allow for important conclusions on electric mobility in general to be drawn. As a matter of fact, 2 universities, one Greek and one British, are already jointly conducting important research on how the island will transition to this new reality and how this is being received by the local population. However, its real importance lies elsewhere. The project has become somewhat of a symbol of change, a paradigm shift, if I may use this term, usually used when talking about schools of thought and philosophy. And this is because the Smart and Sustainable Island project marked the beginning of a new era for Greece. In recent past, on the verge of Brexit, and still feeling the consequences of a 10-year financial crisis you all know about. Having Volkswagen cast a vote of confidence to do business and invest in Greece in late 2020, seemed to have had somewhat of a snowball effect on foreign direct investments for the country as a whole. During this period, I mean since this government won the elections in 2019, Greece attracted an array of global giants that chose the country for colossal investments, including Pfizer, Microsoft, Facebook, Amazon, JP Morgan, Deloitte, Digital Realty, and Cisco. Meanwhile, all of this was happening despite the unprecedented consequences of the worldwide pandemic. Actually, apart from the Greek government's commendable handling of this extreme situation, the pandemic accelerated Greece's successful digital transformation, And we went from being a country plagued by messy bureaucratic procedures to one where 1,300 government services are now available online. As fellow Minister Kyriakos Pierakakis, also on this panel, will verify, we went from 8.8 million recorded digital transactions in 2018 to over 500 million in 2021. Both the number of investments and their size and the face of a different citizen-friendly government had another consequence as well. Trust in the government has been restored as the Greek people are seeing things getting done. After decades of viewing almost everything through the spectrum of suspicion, Greece and its citizens now have the mindset that allows us to face global challenges and embrace change. That is why the Smart and Sustainable Island project on Astypalea is of such great significance. It is actually a snapshot of the future today, a smart ecosystem centered on the electric vehicle. The project is ongoing and will be fully implemented in the next few years. So after Astypalea was selected as the site for this project due to its size, small enough to be cost efficient, large enough to be measurable, a memorandum of understanding was signed between the Greek government and Volkswagen Group. In early June of last year, the project's launch was held in the presence of the Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis and Volkswagen Chief Executive Officer Dr. Herbert Diess. At this time, the first electric vehicles for public use by the island's police, civil aviation, port police, and municipality were donated. A state-of-the-art electric ambulance, the first of its kind in the world, will arrive on the island in a couple of months when the on-demand shuttle service will also be officially launched. What the project is creating is an entirely new transport system, which will result in the island achieving zero emissions mobility by 2030. Conventionally fueled commercial vehicles on the island are currently being replaced as the island citizens are receiving generous subsidies to do so on a digital platform. In total, roughly 1,000 electric vehicles will take the place of about 1,500 vehicles that are now powered by conventional combustion engines. At the same time, a total of more than close to 200 charging points will be put in the island, many of them already having been installed. The first participants are already driving their electric cars on Astypalea. In addition, an all-electric year-round ride-sharing service will be offered by completely revamping their current limited local bus service. The traditional vehicle rental business will also be transformed into a vehicle sharing service offering e-scooters, e-bikes, and electric cars. Finally, autonomous driving will be tested on the island in the future, given the available technology. In parallel, the Greek government is helping the island transition to complete energy autonomy through the use of renewable energy technologies, such as wind and solar power, since Astypalea possesses a significant untapped green energy potential. Renewable energy sources alone will cover the additional electricity demand arising from the introduction of e-mobility, now powered by diesel generators. By 2023, a new solar park will provide about 3 megawatts of green energy, and by 2026, the new energy system will be further expanded to more than 80% of the total energy demand of the island. In addition, a battery storage system will help to balance the grid and make full use of the solar park. As a result, CO2 emissions of Astypalea's energy system will be minimized, while energy costs are to be falling down by 25% at least. The commitment of the local community to achieving the sustainable development goals of the project is of equal importance and further evidence of the new Greek mindset that I mentioned earlier. In a nutshell, as transport-related greenhouse gas emissions are one of the key drivers of climate change, sustainable initiatives such as this one I briefly described are very welcome. They are surely concrete evidence of our commitment to the Paris Accord. Greece has decidedly moved towards an era of economic transformation, innovation, and sustainable development. The Astypalea project is just one of many examples of the new Greece. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And now, Leonidas Christopoulos.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me here, especially in this day, which is a very important day for us in the Ministry of Digital Governance, since we have birthday. It's our birthday. GovGR, the Single Digital Gateway, today is 2 years old, together with its 1,300, more than 1,300 services that we have digitalized throughout the past 2 years in the ministry, and we hope that we've done your lives easier. So today it's our birthday. Of course, I'm honored to be part of this summit and of this panel, particularly since it's my profound belief that innovation, and especially digital innovation based on digital technologies, is the solid foundation of economic development, especially in developed countries. And as I suppose we all know that innovation is vital to economic development, since it has this ability to have spillover effects throughout the economy, throughout all areas of the economy, and thus sustain long-term productivity growth. In that respect, innovation, and innovation based on digital technologies, does not only push scientific knowledge towards one area, but it also transforms the everyday business environment in which we operate, in which profits are made, and of course it creates new opportunities and market ideas. Just imagine that in recent years we have witnessed a rapid increase in technological innovation, both in markets and the government. We have trends like the crypto assets, the fintech, the insurtech, micro-lending, regtech, govtech, and they all have integrated new technologies in financial and regulatory services and products, and have undoubtedly been boosted by the pandemic. So it is thus very vital for governments and policymakers to respond to these trends by improving traditional tools that we already had in our disposal, and by creating new innovative ones for supporting and facilitating the process of innovation and digital transformation and protecting citizens at the same time. So let me briefly say what I believe governments should be focusing on regarding their governance methods, and then I'll turn to Greece to describe what we've done on that respect. First and foremost, governments must be able to quickly assess the environment and the trends and identify risks and opportunities in the changing landscape. You know that technology moves rapidly. We already have in Greece a foresight exercise, a special structure that does foresight exercises to see where we're going to be in the decades to come. But apart from that, we need to also assess the environment for the new technologies. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly on our side, governments should use all available regulatory tools in order to reduce barriers to innovation, especially in emerging technologies like AI and blockchain, protecting again public interest. And in my opinion, a good regulatory environment is an environment that has a little regulation, and regulation that can quickly adapt to the changing environments. A regulation that can ensure that governance structures and core services of the state, regulations, enforcement mechanisms are capable to adapt quickly in order to be fit for the moment and the future, and to be able to follow this new normality that we're all facing. And thirdly, governments should reevaluate the innovation initiative portfolio and ensure resources that are allocated appropriately via mechanisms that are fit for the ecosystem that is being generated in the sphere of digital innovation. Now, taking these three pillars into account, the Greek government since 2019 already had a plan to move forward with those above mentioned issues, and it has done so in a very rigorous way. Even though Greece has a limited market size, which means it is hard for small or medium innovative businesses to find the necessary critical mass in their home country alone, there seems to be a favorable environment in the sense that innovative companies tend to think internationally in Greece nowadays. There are a lot of resources coming from the European Union as funds for digital innovation and digital transformation. And as the Minister said earlier, the Minister of Finance, there is a rather stable financial environment and a more attractive tax environment. So what we're doing is the following. We're trying to become a data-driven economy. We're trying to regulate and to create the environment and the mechanisms to facilitate the reuse of certain public sector data that cannot be made available as open data, and measures to ensure that data intermediaries will function as trustworthy organizers of data sharing or pooling within the common European data spaces. We were one of the first countries to adopt the European Directive on open data, and we'll do the same on the Data Governance Act that is currently being in the European Parliament. Secondly, become a skillful economy by supporting the upskilling of everybody, and especially the SMEs. And the third one is to create a network of hubs that can become a one-stop shop for all companies and entrepreneurs, providing them an end-to-end experience in their digitalization journey. Regarding the area of regulations, since the new government took office in summer 2019, it has tried to improve the regulatory framework and the way we do regulations in general. We have tried to inject a bit more Anglo-Saxonic parameters in our system, if you like, in order to make it more flexible. For example, by creating a regulatory committee, both by legal experts and economists, that was not the case earlier in Greece, to assess the quality of regulations and to make them more flexible. And in that respect, we have codified and we have created just one legal instrument for digital governance and telecommunication in Greece. We don't need more. We'll have one more for the new technologies, for blockchain and AI in the future, but we just have one law that gathers everything, that gathers our cloud-first policy, that gathers our telecommunications policy, that gathers the new coordinative mechanisms and the governance policy, that sets up institutions to support innovation. And that has contributed, in my belief, to attracting all these investments that have come to Greece during the last 2 years. You heard about the Microsoft, JP Morgan that had Viva Wallet, Amazon that came to Greece, and all these this environment. Lastly, regarding the third area, have supported or designed various innovative tools to improve access to finance. Because time is out, I'm just gonna say about one of them. It is the 5G venture, which is a public company, that what we've tried to do is use the money from the auction, part of the money, 25% of the money from the 5G auction, in order to support the ecosystem that is actually the small businesses, European or national ones, that are actually having to do with the ecosystem of the 5G startups and SMEs. So this fund has now almost 100 million and is starting to support the ecosystem that uses 5G technologies from the demand side. And we also give out part of the spectrum, of the 5G spectrum, for free to companies, research entities, universities, in order to produce new products. And finally, these companies can have their proof of concept on government entities. And then the government entities can use these products for 1 year for free. It is a new relationship between the innovative ecosystem of Greece and the public administration. My final message, and to close my intervention, is that Greece has come a long way since 2019 when we came into government, when the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis took office. And we have managed to fix a lot of broken things in our society and our economy that were actually, as the minister said earlier, deteriorated the trust both of markets and citizens. We're now moving forward with something that Greece, at least at the governmental side, never really had in the past. And that is that we're trying to think out of the box in the government in order to support ideas, to support innovation, and I think that that is the main message that I can convey to you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael, I think you're next.
Oh, good.
Ecom.
Yeah.
Ecom bot.
What
about sponsors?
Yes, I'm a sponsor, so I'm sitting on the chair here. So, basically, I wish I could be the bearer of good news, that I always like to have a bit of a conversation with the panel and the people regarding progress that's happening in the global sphere, in the economic sphere, in the banking industry where we come from, in the fintech or regtech technological infrastructure that's happening overall. Unfortunately, with the things which are happening currently around us, as we all know, nothing is working according to a nice, polished system that is meant to be doing a tick and a talk that is actually predicted, and you can have long-term planning or even long-term strategy. Having said that, we have seen small projects that are being run across different countries, including Cyprus, which I think we're here today to represent the eastern front of the European Union, as we always do every year, with Cyprus and Greece and reaching out of the UK. But the problem is that we talk about small projects, like we just spoke by all means about Astypalia, which is a really nice project. I've actually been to Astypalia. I don't know if any of you have been there. The road network here still needs a lot of work, though. So we're talking about electric cars going on a road network that still needs a lot of work. But that is not what I'm trying to judge here. What I'm trying to say is that we have a small project running on a very minute and a very small destination in Greece, while the overall infrastructure is still, let's say it's rusted paint. And I'm not talking about Greece, I'm talking about Europe overall, I'm talking about Cyprus. We're talking about a country or a region that is actually on the outskirts of the European Union, that is just being demonized about whatever happens, just whiplash after whiplash. Today in Cyprus, things are happening which are still detrimental to the economic system of the island and have been predicted and actually been called for a while now. And, you know, we were actually saying, oh, this is not going to happen. The shrinking of the Cyprus banking industry. Well, I think today we're witnessing even a bigger danger to that. You're talking about an island which is on the eastern front of Europe. We have very little infrastructure. We have very little support. We have half of our island gone. And I mean, I don't want to be a bit graphical here, but the question is, a country that is trying to generate revenue with an inflated currency being going around is trying to invest in tourism. Well, where did the money come from? Let's demonize that. Then we're trying to invest in the banking infrastructure. Well, why are the banks becoming so big and so plethoric? Let's demonize that. And then we're talking about giving residencies and passports or whatever visas there are. Well, that small island is getting money that we don't understand. Let's demonize that. So what am I trying to say? Is that a Cyprus issue, or is that minute issue that is happening on the eastern front of the European Union just a sample of what's happening basically in the rest of the world and Europe as well? So are the Cyprus banks the only ones which are suffering the credit risk and the credit crunch? Is Cyprus the only country that is suffering now from the blow that's happening from the east with the Russians? Is Cyprus the only one which has rusted paints to its infrastructure? We have an old network system that is now approximately 20, 30 years old that needs to be repolished. We have old hotels which are just rusted paint, and they're repaying their loans and they're prolonging the loans to the banks just to freshen them up, and nothing new is being built. I mean, I'm staying in the top hotels where I go in Europe, which they're 5-star hotels, and you know what? It's rusted paint. So, sorry, I speak too fast, so I need to top up on the fuel. So the question is, are we actually doing something that has to do with long-term planning or long-term strategy, and we're anticipating and tackling issues that have to do with inflation, that have to do with two-speed Europe, that have to do with the infrastructure of globalization, or are we just hiding behind our fingers and waiting for something to explode? And then I come to my industry. Have a look at our website. If you need anything that has to do with fintech and bank accounts, please come to us. Jokes aside, then we come to our industry. We're a company that's trying to do innovation in Cyprus in terms of fintech. And as soon as we start going and reaching out to the rest of the world, the first thing we have to prove is that we're not elephants. I mean, that we're not the odd ones out. The first thing we have to prove is that we're innocent because we're from Cyprus. So how do you feed European Union countries to feed innovation and to feed new industries and new branching out, whether that's to the banking, to the tourism, or whatever else it is, when it comes from the suburbs of the centralized governance, and they're just being demonized that they're either doing something dodgy, it's Russian money, it's American money, it's Miami, or whatever else there is. I mean, what was Miami built on the other day? I'm wondering, where did they get that money to build Miami? And I'm saying again, what's happening with the Scandinavian countries? What's happening with their tax system? Why are we not learning anything out of that? Why are we not learning that happy people are productive people? Why don't we understand that maybe we should revisit how we assess the GDP of a country and all the indices that have to do with performance and output? I see these things which are actually, it's too many things that I've touched here, but there's too many things going on in my skull, in my head, that it's going to crack open at some point, trying to understand how this world works. And I don't know, being the generation that's now getting on the steering wheel of different companies, it really doesn't make sense of how things are still being measured and being operated on a global scale. So are we looking at globalization, and I'll end with this, or are we looking at creating specialization and creating variation, creating variety, encouraging the European or the Mediterranean hospitality, encouraging Greece to be what it used to be, and to have those people which are hospitable, and to have those traditional restaurants and taverns and things that people want to see, and the tourist product as well. We're killing it at the same time, but at the same time we say, no, you guys focus on tourist product, and if you do anything else, you're going to be penalized. So a lot of questions there. I hope I get some questions from you back, which are going to make more sense than what I just said. So thank you.
Certainly a lot of big issues. Yanis Miselis from Imperio.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Well, it's difficult to follow Michael's remarks, which were full of innovation, and this panel is about innovative business, but real estate is one of the least innovative businesses out there, one of the least innovative industries. The way we build and sell real estate has changed very little since the 80s. Having said that, the pandemic did act as a disruptor to the industry and helped accelerate some trends that would otherwise take many years. For example, the office market. It is now generally acceptable that work from home is part of normal operations of any company. Globally, this trend tends to shrink the office. In places like Cyprus, however, where the weather is nice and the cities tend to be not so densely populated, the office sector is seeing increased demand from companies who wish to relocate or open regional offices. So there is an opportunity in the office market in Cyprus right now. The design and construction of sustainable buildings is another trend that has been accelerated in the past 2 years because of the pandemic. Climate change is now a key driver for real estate. Those investors and landlords who do not invest in sustainable buildings will find out soon that their properties with higher carbon footprint will be facing the risks to depreciate in value and become obsolete in the next 2 years. These buildings may also suffer from increased operational expenses, maintenance costs, high insurance costs, and lack of financing as more investors, tenants, and financial institutions move towards sustainable real estate. In the residential sector, we've seen organized communities with a number of amenities, communal facilities, and a lot of greenery to be crisis-proof. Millennials and today's buyers are simply not happy with purchasing an apartment in the middle of the city which provides with good accommodation. They're asking for more. And we've seen that greenery, a business center, probably within the community that would allow for work from home, gym, and other sports facilities are in high demand. Student housing remains a big opportunity in Cyprus, and especially in places like Nicosia and Limassol, where most of the universities are located. With the end of the pandemic and the return of the students back to universities and back to student halls, the market is expected to pick up and the lack of supply of custom-built units to resurface. Finally, being in a place like Cyprus, you can never rule out the opportunities in real estate that relate to tourism. The current pandemic has had an impact on markets and societies and has proven once again that real estate is a sector mostly driven by human behavior. The key to success in real estate today is flexibility, as more developers, investors, and professionals must now adapt to the new market demand and current trends. Those who will choose not to adapt will be facing significant risks and low profitability, while their projects may be obsolete and unable to be occupied. Thank you.
Kostas Exarchopoulos.
John, in order to put a balance in the mode of presentation, I'll use the podium so that inclusivity, right? Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I feel truly privileged today being participating in this conference and learning throughout the day from the distinguished speakers and panelists and being among you. And I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to do so. Before starting, I would like to share our sorrow for the loss of a great Hellen, a citizen of the world, a role model for all of us, a major business leader with tremendous impact, the former chairman of the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, former board of trustees at the American College of Greece, member of our board of trustees at ALBA, Mr. Ulysses Kyriakopoulos. He's a role model for all of us. Now, I would like to share a few thoughts about precision in industry, or for parsimony, precision industry. We talk about throughout the day today about few major trends that are here to stay and grow. Technology in both aspects, both software, the Internet of Things, platforms, applications, and hardware, servers, drones, robots, and also data management, the collection of data from our behavior through all this technology, and analytics that gives us better understanding of human behavior. If you bring these trends together, then you move into what we call precision in industries. We talk about precision medicine, smart diagnostics that prevent disease, diagnostics that depend on the molecule, on the analysis of the molecule of the patient and the DNA of the patient, that helps pharmaceutical companies develop pharmaceutical solutions that are focusing on the particular patient, so that the treatment is customized to the patient, not one size fits all. Precision farming, drones, and devices that really focus, get data on the humidity, on the climate of a particular field, and gives back data, information to the farmer when to water the field, how to use fertilizers, conserve energy and resources to improve the yield of the crop. Precision manufacturing, laser cutting and molding, just an example, on how to customize the production of products based on the need. You might say, well, exotic. Not exotic. A lot of farmers in Greece are using precision farming. Several hospitals in Greece are participating in consortia of research and development in developing new drugs using precision medicine. Several companies in Greece are using precision manufacturing. Why this is important? Why precision industry is very important? Because precision industry defies fundamental rules of economics. One of them, the trade-off between economies of scale, one size fits all, and customization. Precision industry helps companies to achieve economies of scale. At the same time, they customize the products and the services to the end user. Second trade-off. When we usually reduce costs, we lose some of the value we are offering to the end user. Precision industry helps companies to reduce cost, become more efficient. At the same time, they develop solutions that are customized to the end user. In other words, precision industry will help us, will force us to rewrite the books in economics, and I'm an economist, and I'm very happy about it. Now, this is a new trend. What we are talking about today, I really classify that as precision industry. It is growing. It's going to create tremendous value for the society because it reduces the usage of resources and increases the value to the end user, consumers, and so on, and requires a lot of investment. So, investment to the next level. Precision industry. Thank you very much.
So, from Astypalia to precision industry, we've covered a lot of ground, and infrastructure on the way, and indeed real estate and digital. We have perhaps 10 minutes if anybody wants to raise any questions or make any comments or solve Michael's problem on infrastructure. Yes, please. A microphone will come to you.
Good afternoon. During times of inflation, clients are advised to include in their portfolios assets that have a, let's say, negative correlation with the mainstream markets. One of these industry that it's good in times of inflation is real estate. But I was wondering, Yanni, how do you believe that the Russia-Ukrainian war will impact the sector in Cyprus?
Please.
Well, it will definitely have an impact, as it will probably the real estate sector here in London also, or the real estate sector in southern European countries, or the retail market in London, or the, I don't know, the tourism industry in southern Europe as well. It's not easy. When you isolate one of the world's biggest economies, it will have an impact. But imposing sanctions was the right thing to do. Maybe it's the price we have to pay for this terrible thing to end. But if we look at the real estate market in Cyprus alone and the impact from this war, maybe we're a little bit lucky that this comes at the back of 2 years of COVID. During these past 2 years, the Russian market was closed. We couldn't go to Russia to promote our projects. Russian buyers couldn't come to Cyprus. They wouldn't buy online. After all, it's real estate, so it's a significant investment. Nobody buys online, or very few people buy online. So we had to find alternative solutions, and we did find alternative solutions. So today's dependency on Russia is probably lower than what one would expect. I wouldn't be worried about the buyer side, about the market side. I am worried about rising interest rates, inflation. Bank of England last week said that inflation will rise further and faster because of the war in Ukraine. I'm worried about energy prices, commodity prices, and the cost of construction material. I think the real challenge in real estate today is to keep construction costs under control and probably to navigate through supply chain issues. So you don't have to delay or even stall real estate projects. And this is a global challenge today.
Minister, do you want, I think you've raised your hand. Do you want to comment? You're not. No, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I said for a moment I was tempted to get back on the discussion over inflation and the war Ukraine-Russia and how that affects imports and exports and real estate market. But I suspect that you already talked about that throughout the day, and it's going to be in the news in the coming few days, weeks, months, hopefully not years. So I would like, with your permission, to go back to the innovative markets, innovative business that we initially wanted to talk about, and take a moment to assess what was said by Leonidas out of the box, and by Michalis' concerns over infrastructure and where that leads us to, and how decisions are being made in reference to the future of innovation in business and markets. Two very quick issues that I would like to address. The out-of-the-box thinking of Leonidas is what I call leapfrog. And by leapfrogging, I mean that when you're in the place of a small country, Michalis, like Cyprus or Greece, it's very similar to being in a competition with multinational giants when you run a small business or a medium-sized business. And what do? Do you compete on the same grounds of what they do? No. You try to find a niche market on which to prosper and show your own difference in what you do. So by leapfrogging and by thinking out of the box, which is the typical case of the Astypalea project, you deliver to your country, to your business, to yourself, the feedback and the positive impact of something small that at the same time has a big value, a big change. Volkswagen and Greece in Astypalea delivered a very unique place where we bring green energy, at the same time autonomous driving, and at the same time electrification, and at the same time mobility on demand. Things that have never happened before in one place. And that difference made big news throughout the world. And the impact is seen even today, because as we say in Greek, one good thing often leads to another. Just to give you a very, very small example of what we did 15 days ago, is that we decided to come up with a new, small, little, tiny program in Astypalea, which is another example of leapfrogging and innovation, business and market. As we were in Astypalea, we realized that there is hundreds of abandoned old tractors and buses and cars and vehicles and bicycles and scooters. And we decided, with the support of the municipality and the people, to collect all of this, send it to a place where they can use it and actually sell it. And with the money that will be earned from cleaning up the island from all of these garbage, we will be delivering to the municipality a press for the garbage of the island. And so we do recycling on the spot by using the municipality, the people, the volunteers from all over the country to do so. One good thing leads to another. Thinking out of the box, doing the leapfrogging is the exercise that brings innovation in your business through a very particular way of thinking and making big news with little means. That's pretty much what I wanted to share, and I thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Do you want to comment? Are you ahead of Estonia? Not quite.
Not quite, but I think we're getting there very quickly. So yes, I would totally agree with the minister on that. You know, I've worked for the Greek civil service for more than 15 years. So I know how it works, I know how it thinks, I know how it operates internally. I think it's the first time that I can see that from a governmental point of view, we try to innovate ourselves. We're trying to do administrative innovation in order to be able to support innovation in the market, in the economy, in businesses. And if you see what I described with the Festos Fund, which is a brand new idea that even the Commission said that it's very innovative and they will try to think about it. What the Minister said about Astypalea, what we've done during the pandemic, some ideas that we implemented in order for the pandemic to become more, to face the difficulties of the pandemic. And other things that we've done, for example, we've done a big registry of administrative procedures in Greece in order to have a rolling, a continuous assessment of the bureaucracy that businesses are facing, and the OECD wants to use it as a best practice for other countries. I think it's the first time that Greece actually thinks, at least from a governmental point of view, as I said, thinks out of the box, tries to do the leapfrogging, and produces things from this administrative point of view that are good for the market and that are good for the way the market works and supports innovation and everything. So yes, I would totally agree with the Minister on that, and I hope that everybody else agrees with me as well, because that's the main issue here.
I'm not sure we solved the infrastructure problem. But,
no, not good.
And I'm not sure actually if we are empowering the governments with a sustainable way to have a constant flow of funds to be able to keep investing in their countries.
Yes.
So that's actually one of the questions that's out there on what I said before, because if the governments are keep working on credit lines and on lending or on limited tax inputs that actually come so they're able to spend, yes, it's going to be small projects trying to leapfrog out to be bigger. But what if we could empower that based on some similarities of, let's say, I was actually having a discussion with some colleagues a few hours ago about the Scandinavian model, which can actually create more sustainable and long-term welfare states that are able to have happy citizens and able to give a long-term efficiency on how they output everything. So, and then you're asking, what are we meant to do with this currency, which keeps, I mean, we touched the issue of inflation. Yeah. So what are we doing with any currency globally? It's just being battered by inflation, and the governments are basically working on a credit line as well. So if you're not actually getting from the output of the productivity in a country in order to recycle the money and refeed it in, it's always going to be a dead end game at some point. So I don't know, maybe the solution might be going back to technology and innovation. That's why I'm just saying these things, thinking out of the box. Maybe it's the introduction of a new currency. Maybe it's something like the Central Bank of England is doing with stablecoin. Maybe it's a digital asset, or maybe it's something else. But definitely, we are not appreciating what we currently have going around.
Fair enough. One rule of thumb at The Economist is the answer to almost every problem is either Denmark or Estonia. Do you want to add any last comment? Then because we need to move on.
No, I think that what I'm thinking about is a kind of framework where all these are included. And when I talk about precision industry, that's what I'm talking about. All these initiatives, innovation, and so on, they are focusing on creating more value for the end user using fewer resources. And this defies fundamental rules of economics. And I think that with the technology, we have this opportunity now.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you very much to all our panel and to our minister from Greece. Thank you. And we move on to one final panel. Nice to see you. Nice to see you again, Michael. Cheers. Our last panel is going to be Georgios Philiopoulos from Enterprise Greece, which is another of our gold sponsors. Great. Thank you. I think we'll go straight on, Mr.
Right.
Philiopoulos. You have the floor.
Because there is lunch waiting, so. All right. Let's see if it works. Okay. It works fine, and glad to be here among such a distinguished group of speakers, panelists, and such a great audience. And I'm here to talk to you about investment opportunities in Greece. And there is a lot to talk about with investor confidence at a new high regarding Greece, and the country making an impressive rebound in the wake of the pandemic. In today's presentation, I will start by presenting Greece's economic rebound and unique investment proposition for international investors. I will highlight selected recent flagship projects and key sectors for potential investment. And finally, I would like to say a few words about our agency, Enterprise Greece, and the services that we offer to investors who come to Greece. Greece's economy is rebounding at a stronger than expected pace. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic and its effects on the world economy, Greece's GDP grew by 8.3% in 2021 and is expected to grow by at least 4.9% this year. The country's positive prospects reflect the far-reaching reforms that Greece has undertaken in the past few years, including regulatory and tax reform and digitization of the state and the private sector. Greece's Recovery and Resilience Program, known as Greece 2.0, was among the first national recovery plans approved by the European Commission. Our minister has already talked about this, so I'm not going to focus more, just to mention that it includes more than 60 reforms and 100 projects, and is expected to funnel 32 billion into the Greek economy. International markets have reacted positively, and the international credit rating agencies have been steadily raising the ratings on Greece. And despite the pandemic, FDI and export performance have been on an upward trend. We have new records in 2021 in foreign direct investment. For the first time in the past 20 years. We reached almost 5 billion. This is 74% compared to last year, 2020, and it's a 13% increase from the record year of 2019 before the pandemic. In exports too, we have reached the record 40 billion of exports of goods in 2021, which is up 29.5%, almost 30% compared to 2020. Over the past 2 years, our country has undertaken further investment-friendly reforms. These include reduced taxation, labor market reforms, special tax incentives for foreigners to live in Greece, as well as streamlining regulations and cutting red tape on strategic and other investment projects. In a recent survey, about 6 months ago, I think, of foreign investors carried out by EY, the views of the international investment community on Greece were overwhelmingly positive. For the first time, Greece was included in the top 10 investment destinations in Europe. And the country has jumped ahead in several categories, something that reflects the ongoing efforts of the government for reforms and further improvement of the business environment. Over the last 2 years, we have also welcomed a number of flagship investments from major multinationals. I think our Secretary General has mentioned them already in detail. It's Cisco, Microsoft, Pfizer, Volkswagen. We talked about the Astypalea project. Very recently, JP Morgan acquiring Viva Wallet, and so on. And in the tourism sector, Blackstone recently acquired 5 hotels, and we have many more investment plans in our pipeline at Enterprise Greece that we cannot reveal at this time because of confidentiality agreements with the investors who have approached us. Oop. What happened? Sabotage? All right. I think that, all right, Greece. All right. Well, Greece presents a unique investment proposition. All right, again, here we go. It takes a little more effort than I expected originally, but let's see. Well, okay. Well, since technology is not helping, I'll keep. Yeah, what happened? All right. Okay. All right. Well, it wasn't technology; it was me. So. So the country offers an excellent geostrategic location at the crossroads of three continents. It's a natural gateway to Europe for Asian and African countries, and is already an economic, transport and energy hub for Southeast Europe. Greece is a member of the European Union and the Eurozone. It boasts well-developed infrastructure and high-caliber human resources. Foreign direct investment and exports, as I said, have reached new highs. And these are combined with Greece's low cost and asset prices. The country offers a range of investment opportunities in the traditional sectors of the Greek economy, as well as emerging business sectors. I would say that Greece's human capital is the country's biggest asset. Greeks are well educated, with the fourth highest enrollment in tertiary education among OECD countries. Foreign language skills are also widespread. More than 60% of Greeks speak at least one foreign language. And the percentage of STEM graduates in Greece is also above the OECD average. Now, the economic rebound is framed by the country's ambitious Green Deal and Greece 2.0, the recovery plan that will create new growth industries into green energy projects, digitalization, health and education. At the same time, Greece continues to reform and modernize its economy. This means everything from overhauling the judicial system to liberalizing labor regulation to making Greek universities more competitive and more innovation-oriented. At the heart of our vision for the future is the ambitious Green Deal. Two main goals that we have, to enhance energy security in the region and to help combat climate change. That means Greece is welcoming a range of energy-related projects, from pipelines to power grids, from wind farms to energy conservation. Greece currently offers excellent opportunities for investment in a range of sectors. Greece's property sector is seen as one of the Mediterranean's hottest investment prospects, with growth in all asset classes: residential, hospitality, commercial and industrial. Agribusiness is another major driver in the Greek export success of the last decade, and is increasingly attracting investment in upgraded production, marketing and distribution. Greek food products are benefiting from rising consumer awareness about the health benefits of the Mediterranean diet, and specifically Greek diet. And I have already spoken about the clean energy, and other speakers before me have developed this issue in detail. As I mentioned earlier, Greece is an important transport and logistics hub for the region, and Greece is likewise becoming a hub for regional business headquarters and also for shared services and business process outsourcing like call centers. We have seen various investment projects in these sectors in the past 2 years at Enterprise Greece, and we think that we will see a lot more in the coming months. I would like to mention another major sector, which is the film and TV production. Greece is taking off as a location for film and TV production. We have seen several projects in the past couple of years. In my hometown, Thessaloniki, I think currently there is a major movie production taking place, which makes me happy. And well, we offer a generous rebate scheme, great locations, and a mild climate that allows year-round filming and production. In conclusion now, a few words about Enterprise Greece and what we can do for you, for the investor community. We are the National Investment and Trade Promotion Agency. We operate under the supervision of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we offer a set of integrated services for investors. We are a one-stop shop for foreign investors who consider Greece. I would start by mentioning the rich portfolio of projects that we have. At this point, we have more than 300 projects by Greek owners who are looking for either investors or strategic partners in all sectors of the Greek economy. So you name the sector, we have the projects. And what we do is that we try to meet the requirements of the investors with the projects that we have available. And then if both sides, this takes place under strict confidentiality for both sides. If both sides get a short description of either the investor or the project owner, if they show interest, then we facilitate a meeting, and then we let them negotiate directly. We get involved as an agency only if both sides ask us to do so with a specific mandate. And then we have another important service, which is to mediate between the investor and the Greek state and the Greek state agencies. So if an investor, for instance, faces a problem with public administration or a state agency, they can come to us, they file a request, and then we take it from there. And by law, the state agencies that are involved in this issue have to provide us with an answer with specific details and the timetable for the solution of the problem. Besides that, we help in the preparation of customized investment proposals. We give advice on available financing tools and all the investment incentives that are offered for investors who plan to do an investment to invest in Greece. Either they come these incentives from the Greek state or from European Union funds. And as I said, we provide a one-stop shop for investors, and we would welcome you to take advantage of the services that we offer. They're free of charge. So I invite you to Greece to see for yourself the many business opportunities that our country offers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. It's hard to know how to top that, really. But if anybody wants to ask a question, yes, please. Why don't we have these two?
Thank you very much. Given it's the last talk of the day and the type of audience you've got here, how do you wish to collaborate with members of the Greek diaspora in order to make the initiative such as the Enterprise Greece, to make it even more successful and to make it more targeted towards the type of companies we want to attract and the exact companies we want to attract and who we want to approach, so we can be even more proactive and more specific. Looks like we have created a very investable universe and a country that attracts interest. So how can we now be selected and not just have money coming in, but smart money and be targeting our approach? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Let me say here that we view the Greek diaspora as instrumental to achieving our goals, because we have seen that in all, or I would say in the vast majority of the major investments in Greece, somewhere in the process, a Greek is involved. It doesn't matter if it's a multinational company. It's probably an executive, a Greek executive who works in this multinational company and then talks within his or her organization, discusses the potential of an investment in Greece and directs the company towards an investment in Greece. So for us, the Greek diaspora is very important on this, and we have started taking steps in approaching the Greek diaspora. This event is a part of this process. I would say that if you see the actions that we have taken as an organization in the past couple of years, we have cooperated with our consulates, with our embassies abroad, with organizations that can help us reach the Greek diaspora in major diaspora centers around the world, Australia, North America, UK, Brussels, and so on, Germany. And we hope that we will be able to intensify these efforts as travel restrictions are lifted and we are able to get in better touch with the various diaspora communities. Let me also say that a few months ago we cooperated into creating an event, The Greeks Are Back, that took place in Athens with 50 executives from various Greek diaspora communities who came to Athens, got information about the new business environment and so on. So you will see a lot more in the next coming months.
And one more question from the lady in green.
Thank you very much. A very interesting introduction, and thank you. I would like to share with you some of my experience because of my almost 25 years of practice in Greece as a lawyer and here in London as solicitor. I think the biggest problem which inhibits investors to invest in Greece right now is the judicial system. I believe that you should enforce more mediation. Mediation has to be injected in the mentality of Greek people and Greece in general, because of course the tax parameter is very, very important, but I would say more important is to have a speedy court decisions and a quick judicial system. This is extremely important, and because I'm a mediator in Greece as well, I would say that it's not, in order for the Greek reality to come to the, to accelerate, to have the perception of the reality we have here in the UK as regards the judicial system and how you have to solve your disputes in a different and more speedy way. It needs some pushing from the authorities, I think, towards that direction. So I believe that you should push a little bit more mediation to be more of a rule than an option that we have as we speak. That's the first. And the second is there any criteria upon which you decide on the kind of investors that they would like to invest, you would prefer to invest in Greece? Or is there any priority, let's say, in multinational companies as opposed to private equity investors? Is there any profile that you support more or less of investor?
All right, thank you for the question, and let me ask from the second. Let me begin from the second part, and say that we welcome all kinds of investors as long as they are legitimate and they work within the rule of law. So we welcome small investors, big investors, multinationals. There is no specific preference. Let me go to the first part of your question regarding the judicial system. I think that the government is well aware of this issue, and there are ongoing efforts to reform the judicial system, make it speedier. And regarding now the mediation part, I think that there has been a strong effort by the government to promote mediation, but you're a Greek, you know that mediation is not part of the Greek mentality in the negotiation process. It's more of like you win, I lose thing. So I think it will take some time before it is established as a form of solving problems. And I think, as I said, that it's not so much a matter of government initiative. I think it's more of a cultural thing.
May I add up here, because I'm experiencing that on a daily basis. I believe that as far as the government initiates sanctions, as we have here, for instance, in the UK, when one of the parties does not help to solve the dispute amicably or on an alternative way, they are sanctioned with the costs. Something similar has to take place in Greece as well in that respect, to my opinion. So whoever does not opposes mediation, they have to be penalized in a way with the costs of the procedure. Something similar.
This goes beyond my range of expertise. I'm not a judicial
you may have to
expert,
raise
so
it.
I would.
You may have to raise it with the government directly.
Yeah, and I wouldn't feel comfortable to respond to it because I don't really know the right measures.
Okay, and I think we should probably, that's a good point at which to draw a line. Thank you very much, Mr. Philippou. And thank you to everybody for being here. Do you want another picture? He wants a picture. And then we close. Then we close. I think we're now having a lunch. I just wanted to say thank you, particularly to PwC, the Platinum sponsor, and to Enterprise Greece and Econ BX, and the other sponsors who are all listed. And thanks to Haslis and Rivas for another excellent conference. Thank you.
CombX. With us, the future is today.
Cyprus is unique. This charming Mediterranean island is not only an attractive tourism destination, but also a European country with unlimited investment opportunities. Cyprus is a promising jurisdiction to start up and grow your tech company. Cyprus is a reputable business hub. Its regulatory framework offers transparency and reliability, fully compliant with EU and international laws and regulations. Key advantages are the attractive tax system and IP regime, combined with competitive rates in terms of the labour market, property costs, and high-quality business services. We invite you to seriously consider Cyprus when choosing your next investment location.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Cyprus is unique. This charming Mediterranean island is not only an attractive tourism destination, but also a European country with unlimited investment opportunities. Cyprus is a promising jurisdiction to start up and grow your tech company. Cyprus is a reputable business hub. Its regulatory framework offers transparency and reliability, fully compliant with EU and international laws and regulations. Key advantages are the attractive tax system and IP regime, combined with competitive rates in terms of the labour market, property costs, and high-quality business services. We invite you to seriously consider Cyprus when choosing your next investment location.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.